Good morning, everyone. Actually, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Energy and Technology public hearing. We have two items on the agenda today. The bills that we're reviewing are SB 7 and SB 966. To be clear, SB 966 is the content that we move out of this after we hear the testimony is likely to go into SB 7. And that was due to a sort of a technical error in not realizing how to raise the bill on the first day when we raised SB 7. I don't want to spend a lot of time talking. Actually, I do want to spend a lot of time talking. I've decided that I'm the chair and I could take some time to talk. First, I do want to thank everybody for signing up on this list, but it becomes clearer to me as time goes on here that this committee, small, powerful, and lean and mean as it is, has an enormous task of trying to figure out not only the best way to manage rates, energy rates and utility rates, but also how to manage the transition from fossil fuels to more renewables. How do we do it in the most cost-effective, environmentally friendly way? How do we get from point A to point B without compromising our reliability? And again, keeping ratepayers in mind. And the last 4 years, and I'm hoping this year and next year will be the same, we've made great progress. But I do want to say that we've made this great progress in the face of a system that is designed not necessarily to make legislators a co-equal branch of government, that we don't have the staff manpower, hours in a day, we're paid part-time. And I can say this because this senator takes no money, no benefits, nothing from the state of Connecticut. After talking about this a few years ago, we did manage to get some additional compensation for the legislative and executive elected branches, but we work very, very closely with the agencies and the advocates. And I need to say for myself that this is really a full-time job to do this correctly. This is complicated work. And much as I love working with advocates and with the agencies, it would be more of a myth to assume that we're actually a co-equal branch of government, that you cannot do the work that we're charged with doing effectively with the amount of staff and the hours in a day. Almost everybody at this table has other interests, other jobs, other things that they have to do. And I just want to make the statement that the increased income for the people that take it in this body is great. And I won't be as indelicate as I was 4 years ago when I said you kind of get what you pay for, because that was not the appropriate remark, because you do have a tremendous number of people in this building that work their heads off to provide the best legislation for best advocacy for the state of Connecticut, for the residents, in our case, the ratepayers. But this makes it, coming from the private sector, running a municipality as I do, the way we operate makes it very, very difficult to be effective and to actually share the responsibility of creating the policies and moving the policies forward without an overdependence on the agencies that we try to provide policy direction for. So it's just my short plug here saying that we're all overworked. We all are on multiple committees. We're all trying to do the best job, and it's a part-time job. I don't think it should be that. I think that whether we change and go into session more often, that's less the issue than actually allowing people in this body to work at this job full-time to do the right thing. I understand the view of a citizen legislature, but in the years of running a municipality, the rules have changed. The job has gotten infinitely more complicated. I know that there are people that would like it to be less complicated and go back to an earlier time when we had a real citizen legislature and people came and went. Most of us are not farmers, to the best that I can see. We don't come off the farm and, work here for 2 months. This is complicated and important work, and we should recognize that. And I hope that the citizens of the state of Connecticut, and in our case, the ratepayers, understand that we are trying to do our best, and the forces and the powers that be here are all working full time, and we're not. So I'm going to leave it at that. We have one addition due to an oversight. Number 3 testifying today will be Commissioner Dykes from DEEP. There was a little technical glitch in her signing up. And with that, I just want to see if my co-chair and then ranking members.
Thank you. I'm not exactly sure how to follow that address. I will say that at the very least, today's bills are all about accountability. And whether we're part-time or understaffed, that is our minimum obligation to the people of the state of Connecticut, is to assure accountability for something this important. And yes, there is a lot of money involved, which makes this accountability particularly important. And if anything, it's just the initiation of the broader conversation we all vowed to have in this committee about the broader regulatory framework and about Connecticut's energy future and what we need to change, if anything, in order to assure that we're doing right by the ratepayers of the state, while also taking into account the economy, jobs, and the environment. All these factors come into play. It makes it very complicated for us, but that's what this committee does. And even though we may only be part-time, I will say that we're all dedicated to that task. If it's necessary to become a full-time legislature, as I think is probably the right course of action in this day and age, I'm committed to that, even if it means that we have to get rid of the Senate in order to do so. And on that note, I'll hand it back to the chair.
Oh my God, I didn't expect that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Senator Fazio.
I didn't expect our chairman to be so rambunctious this afternoon. I am certainly hopeful that the pay raise for legislators will also result in a better work product this term. This is a very important issue and a very important committee, and these hearings are a genuine attempt to have a dialogue to understand the issues better because of their complexity and because of the importance to the general public, who's facing enormous pain from high electricity costs and rising electricity costs. It doesn't matter to us whether the good ideas come from Democrat introduced bills or Republican introduced bills or committee bills or what have you. The bills today obviously are introduced by our Democratic colleagues, and there's ideas in them that on their face I like. There's some that I have questions about, but we're going to all work very hard together this term because we need to protect ratepayers. We need to reduce costs. We need to improve reliability. We need to protect our environment. And I hope that these hearings today help us work together to find the right answers and improve the proposals that we have, because the people of our state need it.
Thank you, Senator Fazio. And with that, no further ado, Chair Gillette is first on the list to testify on 966/SB7.
I'm not, there we go. Good afternoon to the committee. Thank you so much for having me. As I was introduced, my name is Marissa Gillette. I'm the chair of the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, or Pura for short. I am very pleased to be here this afternoon to testify in strong support of SB 966. I'm not a mind reader, but I do have some, well, my kids think I am, but I do have a few ideas about what you're going to hear from the rest of today, particularly because we've seen some of these proposals in a previous session. And I suspect what you're going to hear today from folks who testify in opposition are a number of key points. I suspect there will be testimony that no other state has gone this far, that if we go here with this regulation, that it will diminish the likelihood of investment in the state of Connecticut. I suspect you'll hear from some of our utility colleagues that there is no reason to expand this legislation to the water sector, for example. And I think there's a new one circulating, at least new to me, suggesting that this bill would actually contravene your previous intent to move the state towards performance-based regulation. I'm happy to unpack each of those things with you through the course of our Q&A this afternoon, but I don't want to focus on what I think you're going to hear in opposition to this bill. I'd much rather leave you with a few points for consideration that led me to conclude that it's necessary to support this legislation. Specifically from my seat as the chief regulator in the state, I strongly believe that the adoption of this legislation will increase transparency into the costs that ratepayers are currently tasked with bearing. It will also provide additional accountability. In some ways, it will build on measures that you put into the Take Back Our Grid Act, some of which we've had the opportunity to begin employing. Others have not yet been before me. Importantly, one of the sections that I'm most pleased to see in here is a section on participant compensation. As I had the opportunity to speak with you all a few weeks ago to talk about Pura and the importance of different perspectives in our proceeding, I feel very strongly that the participant compensation section of this legislation would greatly aid in diversifying the viewpoints before our proceedings. I also think that the legislation maintains guardrails for regulation. There's nowhere in this legislation that suggests that the utilities will not be able to recover prudently and reasonably incurred costs. As I've spoken to you in the past, I do have concerns with past legislation where it guarantees cost recovery of items. Rather, I would ask that you defer that discretion to your regulatory body to assess whether those expenditures were prudent and reasonable in the context of our litigated proceedings. So with that, I think that the, 26 sections of this bill, certainly I have sections of the bill that I am more strongly supportive of than others. I'm happy to address how any of those sections fit into the current regulatory landscape and how they might be exercised. And I'm going to leave it there and look forward to your questions. And I would urge adoption of this bill, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to sort of unpack the bill a little bit for the public. And maybe we can just talk a little bit section by section of what's in each part, because this is complicated. And I guess a number of people have asked me, what are we looking to get, right? What do we want here? And I feel that what we want is to move the regulatory needle more in the direction of the ratepayers and less in the direction of the people that they regulate, that you regulate. Over decades since deregulation, a lot of things have happened. And I feel, and I think, I don't speak for myself here, I think that the ratepayers of the state through all of the public utilities feel that they may not be getting the best deal, right? And I'm not here to beat up the utilities. I'm not here to say that they don't do a good job. I'm always here to say that they can do better when they're doing good, and when they're not doing good, they have to do better. And sometimes that requires strong oversight. So can we just sort of little by little go through this? It's that important. Pura has I don't know in the history of the regulatory agency in Connecticut, when we've had a chair who's got your particular background. I think that it was the governor and I think Commissioner Dykes who had suggested you for this job. You're not a native of Connecticut, but you do, I gather, like it here and want what's best for the ratepayers. And I think that you've done a tremendous job in working with us to try to come forward with regulations and guardrails here that make this better. We just need to communicate that to the public, and I think that's why I want to go through this. So you just give us, section by section, a little bit of time to talk about it, so we all have an understanding of what we're talking about here.
Okay, so section 1 is addressing revenue decoupling. So we had the opportunity to discuss this in the context of the Raised House Bill 5203 last session. So this concept may sound familiar to you. Revenue decoupling, in essence, deals with a bucket of money that the utilities are authorized to recover. If the utilities do not recover that money in a year through their sales, that then goes into a calculation called the decoupling calculation that is then socialized across all ratepayers. So the utility is made whole against its authorized revenue requirement. The concept of decoupling came about several decades ago as a way to remove the disincentive for energy efficiency. Because you're trying to decouple the utility sales from its earnings. So decoupling has been implemented in Connecticut for the past several decades, I believe, with respect to both the electric and gas utilities. The water utilities also have a decoupling mechanism that works similarly but different. And what this legislation would do is, rather than prescribe how the revenue decoupling calculation works, it would provide Pura with the discretion regarding the methodology. Importantly, the legislation does include language that reassures folks that Pura must take into account the conservation and load management plan and other energy efficiency goals of the state when setting the decoupling methodology. To be clear, from my perspective, we have identified revenue decoupling as one element of performance-based regulation. If you've had the opportunity to review our staff proposal and our performance-based regulation docket, decoupling is identified as one of those mechanisms that should be reevaluated in the context of a transition to performance-based regulation. So by empowering Pura to set the methodology rather than prescribing how it would be done, I think that's another move in the direction of PBR. One way you could do this that other states have looked into is by removing, for example, the first 72 hours of sales from the decoupling calculation following a storm event. So one of the things that personally concerned me following Tropical Storm Isaias was claims made by the utilities that the customers were not paying for the energy that they did not use following the storm. And strictly speaking, I don't think that's accurate, because the sales that they're not making following the storm and the revenue associated with those sales is then going to go into the bucket at the end of the year for calculation of their revenue requirement and then be assessed through the decoupling rider. So by no means do I view this section as suggesting that decoupling will go away, although I do think that there are some other mechanisms that address the throughput incentive associated with energy efficiency. But I do view this section as an important step for Pura to enhance its PBR regulation, performance-based regulation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an important section, I think, and because it's come up in a Republican bill, because it's come up in last year in 5203, I just want to give our members a brief moment to ask questions about that specifically, because not the first time it's come up. I do want to say that to my memory, one of the things about the decoupling is, when do you do it? After the fact? Do you do it prospectively, or after you actually know what the decoupling should be? And I think that, if I remember correctly from prior discussions, we do it a little bit differently. We do it kind of before the fact, and then we try to recover the money after. Can you just clarify that? And then I'm going to call on other people here.
Sure. So the revenue requirement is determined in a utilities rate case. And at the conclusion of the calendar year, when the revenues are totaled, there is a reconciling adjustment mechanism proceeding, RAM for short, in the subsequent first quarter of the next calendar year, in which we are assessing those revenues and the decoupling calculation associated with it. So I think some of the things that we do differently here in terms of the methodology compared to other states are how prescriptive the language is, leaving no discretion to Pura about how to best set up that calculation and when to assess it and how.
Great, I appreciate that. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so much of what we're talking about today is the remnant, the vestige of our legacy system when we had a more traditional utility regulatory framework. I was curious about your comments suggesting that this will not get rid of decoupling, but it didn't sound as confident as I would have hoped. Is this simply a matter that we're trying to put a fix on our kind of hybrid framework, and that if we had our druthers and we were not necessarily anchored by this vestigial part, we would be doing something totally different? Let me ask it a little differently. We're trying to pursue the path of performance-based incentives. Is this really going to accomplish that, or is it simply more or less rejiggering the current framework in order for us to have less of a problem and there would be a better solution if we had the choice?
Great question. So from my perspective, if the legislature does nothing with respect to the decoupling statute, I do not find the current statute to comport with the directive to move towards performance-based regulation, because it is prescriptive. And performance-based regulation at its core, in my mind, is about empowering the regulator, Pura in this instance, to set up the methodology and the metrics and the mechanisms that you're going to use to assess the utility's performance, and then how to compensate them for it. And to be clear, we're not talking about disrupting cost recovery for prudent, reasonable expenditures. What we're talking about is, with this performance, tying the utilities' compensation and their profits at its core to the achievement of certain priority outcomes that everyone agrees are important. So I think it's a problem if you do nothing. The legislation as it's drafted, I think, moves in the right direction towards empowering Pura to tinker with the methodology if through the course of our PBR proceeding we find that it is required to. And I've given you an example just a few minutes ago of how you might easily tweak the methodology in ways that other states have done. What I mean to say is, the language ties Pura's efforts in this matter to the statute that requires us to look to DEEP for its comprehensive energy strategy, its IRP, and its conservation and load management. So in my opinion, that language would prohibit Pura from taking any actions that would cause harm to the state's energy achievement of its energy efficiency goals. But I do think there are ways to tweak the decoupling methodology that would further our PBR goals at the same time.
Thank you for that. I think you also made an important point that this is consistent with how many states choose to deal with this issue, regardless of their individual regulatory frameworks. This is not well beyond that of what other states are doing. This is consistent and appropriate given our framework.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Chair Gillette. Appreciate your testimony and willingness to answer questions for us. On the flip side, to what extent should we be worried about excess discretion? Like what are the limits of discretion for the regulators? Obviously, there needs to be predictability for people who are actors in the space, especially justifying investment and so on. So what can we expect from a statutory change like this? And to what extent should we as policymakers be concerned about, giving excess latitude to regulators? There's could certainly be a day when there's a less capable chair of Pura as well. And so we keep that in mind as well.
I think that's a great question. Obviously a fair question as well. And I think that's something that you should have in the back of your mind through any statutory change where you're seeking to enhance the tool set that the regulator exercises. So importantly, the first guardrail is the fact that Pura cannot make any decision unless there's substantial evidence in the record to do so. So the way that we have approached proceedings under my tenure is to first try to set out a set of objectives, and we derive those objectives from the legislature specifically, and I can walk you through examples. So here, when it comes to the decoupling language, I think the objective would be you're adding in language that ties our consideration around the methodology for decoupling to the state goals that are established through some of those other documents. You could also add in other parameters that you wish Pura to take into consideration. But ultimately, the overwhelming guardrail with respect to anything that Pura does is the substantial evidence test, in my opinion.
And are there any? But do you also think that there could be statutory language that would say, focus this sort of decoupling discretion? Maybe it shouldn't be totally open-ended. Maybe there should be some guardrails around it. Is there some validity to that point of view, or there needs to be this ample discretion as it's written?
At this point in time, I would encourage the discretion as written, because we are halfway through our public proceeding and our PBR docket, in which case there is ample opportunities for stakeholders to weigh in, including yourselves, and several of you have, and I would encourage you to do so. So I would encourage the discretion that is there now, but you could act in the way that you did in Take Back Our Grid Act when you told Pura it was time to look at PBR. If I recall that section, it said Pura shall consider the following types of things when doing PBR. And you told us to look at safety, municipality concerns, for example. So you can always articulate the objectives that you're seeking for us to achieve. And to the extent that those objectives are in competition with each other, it's always helpful to know how to weight them. But ultimately, the public process that goes on at Pura and the requirement that we get substantial evidence to make any change, I think, is the ultimate guardrail.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Fazio. Foster.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. I'm looking forward to the rest of it, Chairwoman Gillette. I feel like your testimony and breakdown of each section of this bill is going to be really helpful for consumers, our constituents, and ratepayers who are watching this, wondering, what are we doing? What is our best hope for answer and relief moving forward? And there's two terms that you keep on using that I think the average consumer is going to want to know what that means to Pura. And you're using the term prudent and reasonable. And for not a professional attorney with the experience related to what you have, what do you think the consumer should think when they mean that? Also, bearing in mind that one of the later sections allows reimbursement for testimony for testifying before Pura, but not every person is going to have the same degree of legal expertise that the great number of experts that come with the utility companies come with. So what does prudent and reasonable mean?
Absolutely. So I think the point that we were just making is crucial, and I look forward to discussing that further when we get to the participant compensation section. We've certainly done everything that we can in the early stages of our dockets to lower barriers so that folks don't have to be represented by attorneys, don't have to be deep in the weeds in order to provide meaningful feedback. But when I use the terms prudent and reasonable, you're absolutely correct, Representative Foster. Those are legal terms of art that come with legal precedent spanning decades, if not centuries, from not only the state of Connecticut, but also the U.S. Supreme Court. At its core, when you're talking about prudent and reasonable, you're using a reasonable person standard, but it's not you and I. It's more in the perspective of what would a reasonable utility manager have done at the time, knowing what they knew or should have known. So those are definitely legal terms of art. We can put parameters and guidelines around those things, and we do. We have recently taken to providing upfront guidance to the utilities in terms of what might be a good indicator of prudence and reasonableness. For example, and something that folks raise questions to us about often, are the expenditures associated with reliability. So we've taken steps up front to say, here are the metrics that we want you to track and the targets associated with them. Here's how we think you should prioritize the expenditures here. And if you come to us after the fact and are comporting with this framework, that's going to be a good indicator of prudence and reasonableness after the fact. So we're taking steps to get the data up front, so that we're more in the driver's seat when the utilities are seeking cost recovery after the fact, and that we can better assess the prudence and reasonableness of those expenditures.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. I see Representative Meskos has his hand up.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So I want to thank you for your testimony. I think my only criticism of your testimony, I think the public needs to understand that, you know, at some level, you're running a civilized battle between a monopoly and its regulator. The monopoly's goal is to maximize its return to its shareholders, and your goal is to maximize the return to the constituents you represent, who are the ratepayers. And I think it's a healthy dialectic to go through, and that people understand that it's not. Eversource does an incredible job of working to satisfy the needs of the consumer, but its inherent goal is to satisfy the needs of its shareholders, and that gives rise to conflict in how we account for the infrastructure, the necessary and prudent investments, and whether the shareholders or the ratepayers bear the responsibility for bad decisions, right? And that's a commercial decision. And that's why, first, I want to thank you for bringing this testimony forward. And I want to salute you for the work you do, because I think it's as simple as that. I don't think there's anybody that's horrible in the room, but there are two interests at loggerheads here, which are the interest of the constituents and the interest of the shareholders. And your job is to be the referee and represent our constituents. And I think you do a wonderful job at that.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative. I don't see anybody else's hand up.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to go on to section 2, and I'm going to look at people, and I'm hoping that an explanation suffices and that we don't have to ask questions on every section. But this is, I think Chair Steinberg said, unpacking this bill, which has so many important sections in it, is really critical for the public, because again, we are dealing with one of the most complicated issues in the General Assembly. We are out here dealing with getting the best, trying to get the best deal for every ratepayer in the state of Connecticut. And this is a lot of stuff that we want people to be able to understand, and it bears some patience on our part trying to get through that. So can we just talk a little bit about section 2?
Sure. So section 2 will look familiar in the sense that the underlying legislation was one of the key provisions of the Take Back Our Grid Act, in which the legislature acted to prohibit the recovery of costs associated with electric utilities putting on a rate case. Now, if you have a chance to review Pura's written testimony, you'll see in there that We do not concede that that language is as narrow as some of our counterparts believe it to be. So I support the language here, which makes clear that the costs that we're talking about are not just the pure costs associated with the utilities sitting in the hearing room, but also that we're talking about the costs that they incur from the attorneys, from their witness fees, from their appeals when they appeal Pura decisions, which they certainly have the right to do. And it also expands this section to all public service companies that come before us, so the gas and water affiliates as well. And I want to be clear, these aren't trivial costs. And one thing that I want, that I look forward to using this time to do is to provide you all some transparency into the types of costs that are flowing through rates, because frequently when I have these conversations, folks have no idea that so many of these costs are direct pass-throughs. They don't know that utilities have historically received 100% recovery of the costs that they incur to put on a rate case before Pura. So we have two pending rate cases before us, and I pulled the data from one of them before I got here for the water company, who is projecting costs of over $1 million to put on the rate case before us. Now, that may sound like not a lot of money especially when they want to amortize it over 5 years and add carrying costs. But, using their customer base, that's at least $1 a customer, depending on how you allocate it. And that's pancaked on top of any number of costs, including if they appeal the decision that we issue in that case. So I think, that this provision, which would expand it to all public service companies that come before us, would make clear that the costs associated with asking for more money should be borne by their shareholders and not ratepayers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to define the word recovery, right? It doesn't necessarily only mean that if they spend $1 million, they get $1 million back. If a company spends $1 million and it's a recoverable cost, what does that mean exactly?
Sure. So in this case, the proposal that I was alluding to would spread the recovery over a number of years, which would then add carrying costs to it. Recently, Pura has been acting to try to clarify that carrying costs should be at the prime rate. Unfortunately, historically, the carrying costs have been collected at what's known as the weighted average cost of capital, which can be anywhere between 7, 8, 9%. So that's what that means. They're not just getting a strict recovery of it. In addition to that, you're adding carrying costs, which can be significant on $1 million.
Thank you. Representative Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chair Gillette, for being here. Just following back a little bit on the process of this, because I've testified in rate cases in the past. And so essentially when in this case, now any public service companies, not just electric, comes in, here's what we would like for our rates. You review that, look it over and say, essentially, this is where this is what we believe is fair, right? That decision then can be appealed, correct?
Correct. Any decision that we issue is legally binding on the utilities we regulate. So if it's issued in a case that is known as a contested proceeding, which are generally cases that affect the rights of the utilities, particularly their rates, that can be appealed directly to Superior Court. So since I've been here, the number of appeals have skyrocketed. There's a number of them pending before both the Supreme Court, the Superior Court and the Supreme Court at Connecticut right now. So the costs associated with those appeals by the utilities have traditionally been sought for recovery from ratepayers.
How successful are the appeals to your decision?
Pura, with the exception of one decision, which we tried to allocate over earnings to Operation Fuel and were appealed by the Office of Consumer Counsel, we lost that case. Every case that the utilities have raised, we have been successful on, including an appeal of by UI of our Tropical Storm Isaias decision, which we won on all counts, and they have appealed to the Supreme Court.
And now this is all in-house through the Consumer Counsel. How do you handle it, or is it outside resources that help in your defense of your decision?
The Attorney General's office supports Pura in the defense of our positions. The utilities, however, often employ outside counsel, which comes at a cost as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I don't see anybody else. Can we go to item number 3? I think this one is going to sort of raise a lot of questions.
Sure. So the language in section 3 should be familiar as well. It was in 5203. So one thing that keeping with the theme of things that are in rates that I think people have no idea are in rates, are things that would be precluded for recovery from this section. For example, it might surprise you that the utilities seek recovery of sponsorships, entertainment expenses, costs associated with participating in trade associations. This is not meant to discount, their membership in those organizations, but it is meant to recognize, and I've provided several examples in my testimony, that these trade associations are often taking positions that are counter to the interests of ratepayers, while ratepayers are funding those activities through rates. So I have a specific example cited in my testimony, notably ratepayers of Connecticut fund the electric utilities participation in EEI, which is a utility trade association. There was a case a year or two ago where EEI sided with the utilities, not surprisingly, in opposing the position of a group of 8 states with respect to a transmission case pending before FERC. So the point here is that, certainly this section would not prohibit the utilities from participating in these trade associations or making these donations, but would clarify that if they want to do so, it needs to be sourced from shareholders. And again, these are not de minimis dollars. We're talking about sizable portions of their revenue requirement that are associated with participating in chambers of commerce, CBIA, things of that nature. And those are all dues that are being flowed through to ratepayers. And this section would preclude that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as somebody who owns a company who makes a lot of sponsorships, donations, I get the tax break for doing that because it's a charitable donation. Some of it's considered advertising or entertainment, but I don't actually get that back from my customers, which is, I think, the issue at hand. And I think unpacking what is recoverable, what is not, is really quite important here, because I know that the utilities are great supporters of organizations, business and nonprofit across the state of Connecticut. And I think that their support is very important. And I'm sure we're going to be hearing from some of those organizations about why they don't like this part of the bill. But I will say that as a business owner who actually donates a substantial amount of my company's revenue, me being the shareholder, by the way, I don't expect that I can pass that on. That's donations that I make because I want to support the community interests in which I live. And I think that businesses across the state do that quite a lot, but very few of them actually can recoup that money. Some do it for advertising, some do it for influence, some do it for whatever, because it's good for their sales. And I get that. That's all part of owning and running a business. But how much of that you can directly get back from your customers is, I think, the question at hand. Is that right?
That's correct. And, I can refer people to the transcript from, recent hearings that we had in a pending rate case before us, where Pura has sought evidence from the utilities to quantify the benefits to ratepayers that are associated with these dues. Because when they're, sponsoring events, it's not Connecticut ratepayers that are receiving, the banner at a conference. It will say the utility name, yet that money is being collected through rates from customers. And I think this is, something that we see when it comes to taxes too, when, there's criticism that Pura is taking an action that will reduce, that will hit the largest taxpayer in a town, but yet you don't understand taxes are a 100% pass through. So I think it's important to understand that the entities that are sponsoring these events, making the charitable contributions, getting their names up there, are not the entities that are paying for this out of shareholder dollars. It's you as the ratepayer who are funding these activities. And if that's acceptable to you, then, the legislature should not take up this provision. But to me, this is an important measure of accountability and transparency for what's in your rates.
Thank you. Representative Foster, followed by Representative Cheeseman.
I'd just like to seek clarity on a point you just made. So was there documentation of benefit to the ratepayer for these memberships in any of these?
There was not. We asked for the quantification. We are provided with some qualitative anecdotes, which importantly, under legal precedent, anecdotes do not constitute evidence.
As a scientist, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Good to see you today. Two questions. First of all, over the course of a given year, can you give us a figure on, let's say, one of the major utility companies, the cost of their attorney's fees, et cetera, for those rate making? I know you cited an individual example with a water company with one case was $1 million, but do we have a figure to give us some idea?
Sure. So for perspective, that $1 million rate case expense, $390,000 of it was for the attorneys, just putting on that 200-day rate case. So to the extent that a utility utilizes in-house counsel, their salaries, just like every other utility salary person, is paid for through rate base. To the extent that they're leveraging outside counsel, and a number of our utilities, even our large ones, are doing so on a more frequent basis. So that's the immediate context that comes to head, but it comes to mind. But I can get you a more exact figure. It's, in the 6-figure, if not 7 figures.
Okay, so in those cases, when they're looking at the costs, do they include, let's say, the proportion of time spent by in-house counsel and charge for that in addition to, is it basically we are spending X number of hours, we use 17,000 reams of paper? Does it all get bundled together as the expense of the rate case? I'm trying to get an idea of exactly what
goes into the $1 million. So they itemize. So when we're talking about that specific example, they itemize into about 4 or 5 buckets off the top of my head. The buckets are counsel, printing fees, expert witnesses, but we can certainly get you the exact exhibit that I'm referring to. It's in the public record. I will say that I have been disappointed. I'm going to speak in general terms for the moment. I've been disappointed by, questions that we've posed to various utilities over time about the lack of tracking that they do for their in-person or in-house personnel. So, having worked for a consultancy and private industry before, I've had to fill out detailed timesheets, ascribing the time I spent to this account or that account. It is not clear to me that they do that. So, in fact, they told me very directly that they did not do that when it came to, in terms of questions that we had for the amount of time they spent on seeking acquisitions of companies, for example. So I find that problematic. It's difficult to even get into the weeds with them on how those monies come up to speed, because I don't think they're providing the level of detailed tracking that I would certainly expect.
I know certainly if you employ a private attorney, your billable hours in 15-minute increments. So I know how that works. My second question relates to, I guess, subsection C of that section 3 with regard to not passing costs on for marketing, advertising, and any other related costs unless it's approved by you.
Yep.
So they're doing a campaign on energy efficiency and you'd approve that, but I'm just curious because it seems to me that could be incredibly prescriptive from your point of view, what you would deem appropriate for passing on to the ratepayers.
Sure, it's a great question. I'm going to give you a different example because energy efficiency is regulated by DEEP. So if I can give you the example of, we've stood up a number of programs under our grid modernization umbrella. We've talked with you all about the energy storage solutions program that was a result of legislation you all adopted 2 years ago. That's a great example of a time where we have ordered the utility to do advertising or marketing around that program. We've taken into account the costs of providing that marketing and advertising when we do our cost benefit calculation to ensure that the program remains cost competitive. And then we review those materials and the expenditures on them prior to granting cost recovery for them. So that's when I read section C, that's an example of how we would apply that to the extent that they are being directed to undertake advertising or marketing. Certainly a direction from us or from you all is indication that it's a prudent expenditure.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. I don't see anybody else. Again, I'm going to ask to go through these one by one if we can, because it's so complicated and it's so important to understand what's in this bill. Can we go to number 4?
Of course. So number 4 speaks to something that we talked about a couple of weeks ago and puts parameters around the use of settlements. So importantly, it doesn't preclude the use of settlements, but rather puts guidelines around them. Under the existing language, for example, it's not even clear what legal standard Pura is supposed to employ when reviewing these standards. So this language references section 1619, which is clearly an important statute in Pura world and has parameters that we would need to assess the settlement against. It also requires that any signatory to the settlement would have to put up a witness in support of it. It may seem like common sense, but we often get settlements that are put to us where the only witnesses in support of them are from the utility that it's sponsoring it, which precludes us from asking the other signatories what exactly it is that they support about the settlement. So I think that provides some needed transparency. And then it also requires, we have a number of dockets where there have been settlements and not every party or intervener in the matter is a signatory to that settlement. In fact, sometimes settlements are filed where it's a surprise to other parties in the proceeding. So this language would require that anyone seeking a settlement would have to give notice to other parties and interveners at least 3 days prior to filing it. Finally, it talks about the fact that it would preclude the settlement from taking the place, essentially would preclude parties, as I read it, from claiming that the settlement waives a different existing statute, which requires Pura to undertake a review of rates every 4 years. So let's stop there.
Thank you, Chair Steinberg.
I don't know if this is the precise section, whether to bring this up or not, but when you testified before this committee in the informational forum we had a little while back, you highlighted how important it was to have rate cases periodically for the benefit of the average citizen, along the lines of some of the other questions we've asked. What's the difference between things that might be presented in a rate case that are critical to understanding and those things that are not made available in a settlement, so that we understand how critically important having the periodic rate case is?
Sure, it's a great question. So settlements are often what are known as black box settlements, meaning that they'll provide you with a couple of high line items in terms of what the outputs of that settlement are, but none of the details about how those are calculated or some of the underlying important aspects of it. The important thing to understand about rate cases is while a rate case is most importantly setting the distribution rates for whatever utilities before us, a rate case also takes a deep dive into the terms and conditions of service. It allows Pura to look at new rate design and tariff offerings. It allows us to look into the policies of service. It's really so much more than just setting the rates of the utility. And because there is a historic rule in the state by statute that sets these at 4-year increments for electric and gas utilities, 4 years between rate cases is a long time when it comes to the evolution of what we're expecting from the utilities and as customers. And so when you get a settlement, particularly an unsolicited one, well, they're generally unsolicited, and particularly one that occurs before evidentiary hearings have even concluded in the matter, you haven't had an airing of any of that information. You haven't had weeks of evidentiary hearings where my staff and I and other parties are literally cross-examining the witnesses and asking them to support and justify their actions and expenditures. So there's so much that you get out of an adjudicated rate proceeding that you don't get when you get a settlement, particularly if the settlement is timed before you've gone through these hearings.
Just a quick follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chair. What role does Pura have at all in the settlement process in terms of your ability to influence that which is included in the settlement?
The Pura decisional staff, which are the staff that report to me and myself, have zero role. We do have a division of staff that we have segregated. They're known as the Office of Education, Outreach, and Enforcement, who I do, depending on the case, delegate to become a additional party in the matter, but they are not speaking for Pura proper. Rather, they're using their unique expertise, having interfaced with customers to kind of engage on that narrow set of issues. So there is no role for Pura commissioners or staff in shaping the settlement.
Thank you. So just to make that clear, what I was getting at is that if there's a settlement, Pura is not in a role to shape that in any fashion or to make sure that the terms would be necessarily in ratepayer interest.
That's correct. We have taken the risk a few times over the past year, most notably in December when there was an attempt to settle an outstanding NOV against the Avangrid utilities, where we were presented with a number and said, you know what, that number doesn't work for us. Come back with a specific different number. And we can attempt to do things like that if the commissioners are in agreement. But, that is a risky proposition. Generally, as a general rule, settlements come into us with language that says this must be approved in full or it's void. So you have to pick your lane in terms of trying to then provide guidance and say this is rejected, but come back with this. But that's a very imperfect solution to the issues that I've just outlined.
Thank you. I think it does emphasize the importance of having periodic rate cases. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, the issue is as much the oversight and the digging into books as it is the money part of it. And I think that that's important. And not meaning to single anybody out, but our largest public utility in the state has not had a rate case since you've been here. I think it goes back to 2014. And because of the last settlement, we're at 2024. So it'll be 10 years without a full rate case and a full investigation into the books. And you know what? That may result in a different approach to applying rates, not only more or less money. So I just want people to understand why it's important. Definitely not looking to eliminate them or usurp anybody's authority in this. It's just that it shouldn't be able, shouldn't be able to kick the can down the road indefinitely. I think there's too much going on in the energy world right now to not deal with this on in a timely way. And I'm going to try to rush through this section 5. Sorry.
Sure. So section 5 would allow Pura to establish an efficiency factor with respect to the energy adjustment clauses. If that doesn't sound familiar to you, those are some of the line items on your bill, on the delivery side of your bill that are set through the revenue adjustment, the reconciliation adjustment mechanism proceedings that occur once a year. So there is existing language that directly mirrors this on the gas side. When I was looking at doing a routine survey of our statutory authority last year and saw the language with respect to the gas side and found out that Pura had never exercised the authority, we promptly opened a docket to investigate what that would look like. I think, there's some lessons learned from that docket and look forward to having that conversation in the context of a rate case. But this language would establish the ability of Pura to set an efficiency factor on the energy side. And what that means in practicality is it's again moving us towards performance-based regulation, where essentially in my mind, how you would exercise this is saying, okay, utilities, you have control over X, Y, and Z, or we need to incent you to be motivated to control some of these costs. And if you're not going to, succeed in that achievement, then the consequence for that is that you can't recover 100% of your gross earnings tax, which again, just to highlight some of the things buried in your bill, taxes are a complete 100% pass through to customers today. So this is one tool that would, in my mind, move us closer to PBR. And is authority that I would look forward to exercising in a rate case, because again, the theme here is, and one point I failed to make on the section 4 is, so much of what we do, so much of what you've done in Take Back Our Grid Act, Pura has yet to fully exercise. And that's because so much of this must be exercised in the context of a distribution rate proceeding. There are legal requirements that preclude us from picking apart their rates, one section at a time between rate cases. And so things like this would be looked at in a rate case comprehensively. Yep, that's all I got on that section.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't see anybody's hand raised. This one, I think next section 6 is going to be a little bit of a lengthy conversation, and I know it's a talking point amongst a lot of people. I think I'd like you to just sort of comment on this a little bit if you can.
Sure. So to the point that I was just raising, most notably in the Take Back Our Grid Act, you may recall you established a provision that allows Pura to consider the portion of executive compensation that's recovered in rates and tie it to the achievement of specific performance objectives. So to be clear, Pura cannot, nor can you take any action legally where we could reach up to the parent company and say, you can only pay your CEO X million dollars. That is not within our power. These parent companies have regulated utilities, not just in the state of Connecticut, but in Massachusetts, Maine, New York, et cetera. And their utilities contribute to the parent company's salary, as do some of their unregulated entities. So what we're talking about here is looking at the executive compensation, the portion of it that is recovered from Connecticut ratepayers. So again, the rate case that's top of mind for me is the water rate case we have pending before us, where we asked questions about what is the compensation from Eversource executives that's being recovered in Aquarion rates. And again, this is public information, but we found out that their management fee has close to $500,000 annually that Aquarion customers are paying towards Eversource's CEO and other officers' compensation. And so whether or not that you think Connecticut ratepayers are getting the value associated with that, what Take Back Our Grid Act does and what this expands on is the ability of Pura to tie the recovery of that compensation to the achievement of specific performance metrics. That's what you did in Take Back Our Grid Act. Again, that is tied to something that must be done through a rate case. So everything I just talked through, we cannot do until Eversource comes in for a rate case. But what this section goes on to do is say, Okay, let's talk some more about performance-based regulation and what you utility feel invested in exercising control over. I read this to say that if there is an increase in standard service, which are the supply rates for energy customers, as we've talked about, if there is more than a 10% increase in those rates, if there is more than a 10% increase in the RAM adjustments, the PGA, on the water side, there's a charge called WICA. So if there is a more than 10% increase in those rates, it would require the compensation that is collected in rates to be returned through a bill credit to ratepayers. Again, I read this to be the theory that you're trying to incent the executives of these companies to do everything within their power to either stave off some of those increases or to make those increases more gradual. We talk about this a little bit in our testimony as well. I think later today you'll hear, well, that's not fair because these costs aren't in our direct control. And I think that's a conversation that we need to continue to have in our performance-based regulation docket, because our definition of your definition, my definition, their definition of what's in their control, I think may vary. And that's something that we're working through. And, I think when we get to this section in this bill, that tells us to look at standard service procurement practices, I think it's time for us all to take some accountability. And I think you all have led the way in terms of looking at these processes and doing what is within our power to ease the impact on ratepayers. And so I think that's what this section is asking the utilities to do.
Thank you. And I gather that there's a time limit on how long I can have you testify. But I still want to go a little bit further into this. One thing in Take Back Our Grid that was really important to me was that I didn't feel that the corporate board of Eversource necessarily reflected the makeup of the ratepayers that they served. That we are, I think, their largest block of ratepayers in Connecticut between gas, electric, and water. And our board, the board membership on the corporate board doesn't necessarily reflect that. Again, my understanding was that we could do nothing about that, really, even though we put it in the bill. And it's the same with salaries. And, I've said this 1,000 times. I'm a capitalist. If somebody does a great job running a company, they should get compensated appropriately. A little different when it's public service companies, in my opinion. And but tying all compensation to performance to the extent we can is the right thing to do. But the board membership was always the sticking point to me. Can you just comment? And the other question in that is somehow out of Take Back Our Grid, no disrespect to anybody, we ended up with a Connecticut president of Eversource. Was that in the bill?
It was not. That was a result of the settlement that my colleagues adopted from the decision in 2021. So the language about the board that you're referring to, we did include that in Take Back Our Grid Act. My recollection is that that is tied, that our moment of opportunity for addressing that is when or if the company comes in for a merger. Similar to a rate case, there are things that you can do with respect to the parent company when they're seeking to make an acquisition that you couldn't otherwise do. So there has not been anything that invokes that that would invoke that section in the 2 years since Take Back Our Grid Act has passed.
Thank you. I'm going to skip. I'm sorry about that. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Recognizing that there are maybe significant differences in the regulatory frameworks in different states, to the best of your knowledge, do any other states, particularly those that have Avangrid and Eversource in those states, have they adopted measures such as this with regard to executive compensation?
It's a great question, and I think it's a flag for a red herring that I think you may encounter this afternoon. Importantly, there is only one other state that has transitioned to performance-based regulation ahead of Connecticut, and that is Hawaii. There are other states in the country that are looking at aspects of it. There are states that say they have performance-based regulation, but may not have gone. Again, it's a term that can be used in different ways. So while I cannot point off the top of my head to a state that has preceded us in this way, I don't think that that is telling, because we are in many ways trailblazers in terms of moving towards performance-based regulation, which tying executive compensation to performance targets is a key indicator of.
You know, and I would argue that one reason why we seem to be on the path for performance-based regulation is because of our unique idiosyncratic regulatory framework that has caused us to need to go in that direction. So that the other states may view what we're doing as something that potentially is advantageous as well to protect their ratepayers. Just wanted to get that on the record.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Fazio.
Can you explain subsection B a little bit? It seems to me that it's essentially saying that almost all of compensation for officers of the company must come from base pay rather than, I assume, bonus pay, but I'm not sure if I'm missing context.
I think that that's a fair read. I'll say in a rate case, pending, I mean, when you're looking at a rate case, whether it's for the salaries of staff or the salaries of executives or officers of the holding company or the parent company, it's definitely a tricky thing to understand whether you're looking at their base compensation or their incentive compensation and how that compares to peers. Here, I take that to mean what you also or what you just articulated. I don't have any additional context.
And there's probably a market out there for officers of utility companies, and if this is what I'm interpreting it to mean, it would strike me that it creates an incentive to boost salaries significantly in order to retain employees and reduce their performance-based pay, their bonus. But it would provide incentive to increase the base pay, the salaried pay. Again, I'm not sure if I'm missing context, but wanted to raise that question.
I suspect it's maybe I don't want to say poorly drafted, but maybe not quite capturing what's intended here. My read of this section is that we're trying to tie executive compensation to performance metrics, at least to the extent that it's being recovered in rates.
Yeah. And that certainly section C, it makes more sense to me in that context and with that motivation in mind. And similar to a question raised before about some of these costs, do you know for the, say, the Connecticut section of these utility companies, do you know what the total compensation of the officers, executives who would be covered by subsection C, how much that totals in a 6-month period or a 12-month period roughly?
Sure. Well, I can answer you with respect to the water rate case that's pending before us, because this is data that you would have to collect through a rate case. So the case that's pending before us, what I alluded to was the roughly $500,000 per year that is being collected from Aquarian ratepayers for Eversource officers and executives. And I think it equates to roughly 5% of the base compensation of those officers. And how that's allocated to Connecticut ratepayers, we have to talk longer about. But then the underlying, the Aquarian officer and executive compensation that is also added to ratepayers is a couple million on top of that. So again, that's a company that has roughly 207,000 customers. So hopefully that puts it in context.
Yeah, so okay, so it probably divides out to, in that case, like a few dollars per customer or something like that. But it's it's one of those numbers I'd like to keep in mind, as we're considering the legislation as to how much in savings we're accumulating or not for ratepayers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. I'm gonna run through this and see if there are any of my colleagues either here or on the phone that have any specific questions to the next sections. I do want to give OCC and Deep and then the other people testifying an opportunity to speak. And I'd ask the chairperson after that if you'd be able to stay, hopefully not too long. It is Valentine's Day, and I think we're going to all get in trouble because of this. But to me, this is one of the most significant regulatory bills that this committee and this legislature has put through in a long time. I do want to make sure that the public understands it and that our committee understands it clearly. So if you're around, we may just move out of this and ask you if you can stay. I'd appreciate it. I just want to jump to one section that's important to me. There was a tremendous amount of pushback by the utilities and the couple of groups of the line folks about the 96-hour rule that we put into effect after Take Back Our Grid. And we were asked repeatedly by the utilities and the line folks, one specific local, as far as I remember, to amend that to make it a bit less prescriptive. I think that's what we're trying to do here without impacting the fact that bad performance should result in money back to ratepayers, which was our whole point. Just to remind people, the genesis of this piece was the frustration that the residents of the state of Connecticut in the middle of the summer had when they were losing food and medicine because they were out of power for a long time. New York Con Ed actually did provide some relief to those hardship customers that could not replace the stuff without really going overboard. It was just in the middle of the pandemic. We felt that some kind of compensation at that point would have been appropriate. Eversource decided not to do it, and then we ended up with this. So what do we do here? Are we making it better? Are we looking, and I don't want to carry anybody's water here, not the company, but are we still holding ourselves accountable, holding the utilities accountable, but sort of better defining what the start point actually is, which is, I think, what we wanted to do.
Sure. So for folks generally familiar with emergency response planning of the utilities, there are what are known as event level classifications, and that generally corresponds to the percentage of customers who are out as a result of the storm. So these sections, in addition to providing clarity about what some of the definitions are, would exclude what are known as event level 1 emergencies from the eligibility for this section. Event level 1 means, at least with respect to Eversource, that 70% or more of customers are out as a result of the emergency. For context, and hopefully I'm correct on this, my understanding is that we have never experienced an event level 1 since the utilities began tracking events that way. So these sections would remove from the eligibility from this event level 1s. Importantly, to balance that out, in my perspective, it also removes the ability of the utilities to seek a waiver of this provision for event level 5s. So event level 5s are more minor, moderate impacts, storms that you would expect the utility could comfortably restore power within 96 hours. So if you recall the original bill, it required Pura to establish a waiver process, which we did. We also defined several of these definitions, which these definitions look consistent with what we found to be appropriate through our docket process. So I think that these sections provide a balanced revision. I think you said it well at the time, along with former Chair Arconti, that Take Back Our Grid Act was not meant to be a one and done. There were always going to be things that you needed to revise about it, add on to here, just like you're doing with other sections of the bill. And I think these sections represent a fair balanced approach to revising those sections. I take no issue with them.
Thank you. Not seeing any other questions. Just really, really briefly, want to run through section 17, which is the intervenor compensation program that you mentioned before. Other states have done this. I read that New York is doing it right now.
Yes.
This will allow, in the best way I can define it, and I understand it, will allow the little guy to actually be part of the process and be able to compete in the conversation with some level of reimbursement for the nonprofits and the individuals that want to participate. Or I think it's more the nonprofits, but
You're absolutely correct. New York recently adopted legislation. There are about half a dozen or more states that have recently acted in this way. So this legislation, as I read it, is heavily modeled after the New York version. So importantly, again, I'd just like to keep coming back to this point. Pura can only make a decision based on the evidence in the record before us. So when we lack a diversity of viewpoints, we're by definition not going to reach a balanced decision, or it's going to be difficult for us to get there. So participant compensation would offer grants of up to $200,000 per participant group, capped at I think $600,000 per proceeding. And if there's financial hardship, those grants can be awarded up front. There are ample guidelines and guardrails around the use of those funds, including that they have to competitively source witnesses at market rates. But essentially it would allow it would overcome what I think is the last barrier to participation in Pura proceedings, which is when we really get to the nitty-gritty of rate case proceedings, heavily adjudicated proceedings. You're very, very disadvantaged if you do not have an attorney representing you, because we are, it's just like a court. So by providing these grants to participants, they can hire attorneys, they can hire witnesses, and they can represent that viewpoint. Importantly, I do not read this as supplanting the very good work of our Office of Consumer Counsel, who is tasked with representing the ratepayer viewpoint in our proceedings. But ratepayers come in all different shapes and sizes. Sometimes a residential ratepayer's viewpoint might conflict with a commercial viewpoint. So this puts limits around the use of those compensation awards to either small business customers or customers of low income or sourced in or who live in environmental justice communities. So I think there are some important guardrails around this, but I really would urge you, I think Pura has been doing everything we can within our current resources to lower barriers to participating in our proceeding. I've had the fortunate experience of going to many communities with our roadshow, but there are real barriers that we cannot overcome. And I think that this is a tried and tested mechanism that has been used in other states, and one that I would be very comfortable recommending, and I would urge adoption of this section.
thank you, Madam Chair. And my last question is section 18, which has been something we've been talking about because of what happened in January, to review the standard service rate procurement process. This is in response to what happened just last month, where the rate for standard service, which the utilities do not make a profit on, but the procurement process based on what happened and the anomalies in the market, in my opinion, should be reviewed. This gives you the opportunity to look at that to see if we need to do anything to change that.
Correct. And I think we're looking at section 20, which the only adjustment that I would make to this section is I would recommend that we report back to you by January 15th of 2024. I suspect that there are a lot of things that Pura can do to improve the flexibility of our procurement plan through looking at it in our docket process. We've already undertaken some steps towards doing that, but there may be changes that are necessitated in statute And if we have a reporting date to you by the start of next session, I think that would allow us to make some recommendations to you. So I wholeheartedly support this section. And the only amendment I would offer is to give us a deadline by which to report to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any of my colleagues have any other comments or questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for coming and testifying. I just wanted to briefly go back to a question that the good chair asked a couple of minutes ago with regards to the 96-hour restoration period. So I'm looking at section 21 of the bill here, and subsection 3. After the occurrence of an emergency means the conclusion of the emergency as determined by the authority in its sole discretion. So perhaps you answered this already, and perhaps I didn't pick up on it. So should it really be the sole discretion of the of your agency to make that determination, or shouldn't the utilities in their wisdom and in their experience be able to weigh in on that as well?
It's a great question. So when you see throughout Title 16 language, such as in our sole discretion, it's never really in our sole discretion, because again, we're bound by the Uniform Administrative Procedures Act and are required to have substantial evidence from our decisions, which comes in part from the utilities. So if you go on in that section, it has 3 parameters that we must consider. So the first one, the time when the electric distribution company could first deploy resources safely in its service territory. That is evidence that will come from the utility directly. B, the first of any official declarations of the end of an emergency. So for example, if the governor declares the end of the state of emergency. C, the expiration of any National Weather Service warning applicable to the service territory. What you're looking at here is the bucket trucks can only safely go up to begin work under a certain mile per hour wind speed, right? So if the National Weather Service has an alert that has a wind speed alert, for example, you want to wait for that warning to expire before they can go up. So when you see language like sole discretion, I think that what that does is make clear the final decision maker, which is Pura, in the same way that a judge would be the final decision maker after the evidence is put before us, but is in no means in any case meant to signal that Pura on its own, without consulting this evidence, is making a determination.
I'm glad to hear you say that. Thank you,
you.
Commissioner. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I think that I can't tell you how much I appreciated your time, your testimony. I think we all do. We're going to ask if we can have Clark Coleman, who's the chair of the Office of Consumer Counsel. Actually, she is the Consumer Counsel for the state of Connecticut. I don't believe she's in the room.
Thank you.
Hi, Senator Needleman. Can you hear me? I am.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. Thanks so much. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, particularly virtually. I really appreciate the committee's time and attention to all of these important issues. As the good chair noted, my name is Claire Coleman, and I am proud to serve as Connecticut's Consumer Counsel. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify in support of 966/SB7, as the senator called it. So, and just a few introductory remarks. In my first year serving as Connecticut's Consumer Counsel, I have seen firsthand the need for large-scale regulatory and energy market reform, and I really do applaud both the work of this committee and Chair Gillette, who very eloquently just outlined, the need for many of the proposals that are before this committee, and I support these efforts. Particularly given, that our global energy markets are transforming, new technology is emerging, our climate's changing. We've got new strains on our electric grid that require investments. This is a really tricky, challenging time, but it's also an opportunity to evaluate how our regulatory structure needs to adopt. And so that's exactly what we're doing before Pura through the PBR docket and various rate cases, as well as here before the committee, looking at ways to enhance and improve our oversight and vetting of utility costs, operations, and performance to align with changing needs. And I do see the many legislative proposals you're considering today, with providing tools to help strengthen that role. As Senator Needleman aptly framed, it's time to move the needle more in the direction of the ratepayer, and I fully agree with that. So in the interest of your time, I'm not going to go through our written testimony, which does have some details on many of the provisions. And I think just in the interest of providing the most beneficial testimony to you, I will try to be a little responsive to some of the discussion that you just had with Chair Gillette. I do, again, like the chair, I am supportive of many of these proposals. I do have a different perspective as the consumer advocate and approach the evaluation of some of these proposals a little bit differently. And that's because, to fairly represent consumers, I have to read these proposals and evaluate how not just the current Pura administration might exercise various discretion afforded through statute, but how any Pura administration would implement it. Many of you who have seen me in the hearing room with our current Pura administration know I'm a strong supporter of many of the priorities of the current administration, including the performance-based regulation effort, and have been an active participant in that. But I do think it's really important and critical for the protection of consumers to make sure that any statutory language the committee and the legislature adopts can stand the test of time. And that's how we review these proposals. So with that framing, there are a few concerns that we've had that we have identified in written testimony, and really just want the opportunity to talk through with the committee and think about ways we might be able to adjust some of the proposed language to account for this goal of ensuring that legislative changes stand the test of time. With respect to the discussion on the intersections with the performance-based regulation docket, PBR, as many of you know it's called. I have to admit, in hearing the prior discussion, I realized that I've kind of seen the process that we would undertake a little bit differently. So I see PBR as a powerful tool. As I've said, we've devoted a lot of resources to supporting those efforts and are in the process of submitting comments that largely support the Pura staff's straw proposal for this phase one that we're just completing. Because of the enormity of this endeavor, with really overhauling our regulatory structure to ensure our utilities are compensated for the things we want them to do well, which is really the underpinning of PBR. And the fact that, frankly, PBR, as the chair mentioned, can come in many flavors. There are effective forms of PBR and there are not so effective forms. And particularly as the ratepayer advocate, we want to ensure that the version of PBR we get is not one that ends up being more costly to ratepayers. And I do think we have that potential, but of course the devil's in the details. And I've envisioned going through that process of PBR, identifying the regulatory changes that are needed, and then to the extent that they need statutory change, coming back with sort of a comprehensive package for the legislature to consider, because so many of these mechanisms are both complex and interrelated. That's my concern, particularly with respect to the decoupling provision that you spent quite a bit of time with Chair Gillette talking about. because there are specific discussions going on currently, and we're still evaluating what types of changes might be needed, there's an opportunity to come back to you with a little more tailored suggestion of if and how decoupling could be modified in a more targeted way to address the concerns of Pura regarding compensating for underperformance, which we certainly share that concern and have proposed some alternative ways to get at that performance metric in the PBR docket, and look forward to continuing that discussion both at Pura and with the legislature. So I think the other one I'll just touch on is settlements, because you spent quite a bit of time speaking about that. And you know, there have been references to our office, and I will just say that, you know, as the head of the Office of Consumer Counsel, I am not seeking out opportunities to settle cases at the moment. I share in the desire to create you know, pro-consumer law where there are opportunities, and to have some fully litigated rate cases. But I do see settlements as a useful tool, and I guess to be more direct about the conversation, I have viewed Pura's role with settlements a little bit differently, in terms of Pura having the ability to always vet, seek evidence, change, amend settlements. So I don't think my office has ever intended to present a settlement in under a black box. I do think that there's always opportunities for hearings and for Pura to engage in any of this vetting, or frankly to reject settlement offers as they've done. So, you know, with that in mind, I'd say the additional protections proposed in Section 4 for the most part are valuable. And you know, the OCC is not always a party to propose settlements. Sometimes, you know, the Pura's EOE, Education Enforcement Office, might propose a settlement or submit a settlement for approval to Pura. So we're pleased to have the notice provisions in there as well, to ensure that we, as well as other stakeholders, have advance notice to help us evaluate them fully. And finally, to touch on the intervener compensation piece briefly, I am a strong believer that, you know, having different voices within a hearing room is a good thing for consumers generally. I support, you know, our office supports increasing access to utility proceedings, enhancing the voices of communities that may not otherwise be heard. I do think our role as the consumer counsel and representing consumers often requires some balancing of different interests, which is, you know, of course, a different role than a specific stakeholder who has a given agenda, you know, whether it be focused on the environment or, you know, some other specific interest. But I do think, you know, as soon as we've heard about this proposal, we have been working to gather information from other states, you know, not just reading the reports, but talking directly with our colleagues in other consumer counsel offices on how these work and don't work. Because this is would be a major change, we think it's worthwhile to study it a little more closely and look at other models, and have stakeholders that might be impacted by the rules that are adopted be able to engage a little before the contours of such a program are statutorily defined. But at a minimum, would love to work you know, with the committee as we continue to evaluate these different programs, to share the lessons learned that we're hearing about. So I will stop there. Welcome any questions the committee may have. And thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Council Coleman. All of your points are well taken, and I appreciate your general support for the bill. There are a lot of moving pieces in this, and a lot of stuff that still needs to be refined. Obviously, there'll be a lot of discussion over how we move forward with this, which parts are actually going to end up in a final bill, and your input is really, really important, I think. So,
Thank you. I appreciate that.
anybody else? Thank you so much. There appear to be no other comments or questions. Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
for the time.
This is where we amended the agenda a little bit. We're going to ask Commissioner Dykes, who's I believe in the room. Yeah, there we go. And I do want to make one quick statement. I apologize for the extended amount of time we took with the chairperson, and also appreciate everybody's patience that the commissioner was not on the agenda originally, and that she's going to speak next. So everybody after that, please accept my apologies. Thank you. Commissioner, nice to see you.
Sorry, rookie mistake. Great to see you as well, Chairman Needleman and Chair Steinberg, and great to be here as well, Ranking Member Fazio and members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to testify on this bill. I think that it's really the Take Back the Grid Act. We were really privileged to get to work with the committee and with others on that landmark legislation. And I think that this bill in many ways kind of continues the effort that was undertaken. That's a really important context. The Take Back the Grid Act is really important context for some of these continuing reforms. So we're stand here in support of this bill. We offered some written testimony to share some areas where we would welcome the opportunity to work with the committee on some additional, tweaks or considerations. Mostly we're reflecting, I think, some implementation concerns or unintended consequences that we would be happy to help work with the committee to help address. And I know that given the limited schedule today and and that it's Valentine's Day, I don't want to hold the committee up. But I will just share that, just the quick highlights of some of the areas where we would be welcome the opportunity to continue working with the committee. First would be with respect to decoupling. I think that this is like Consumer Council shared, try to think about this provision in the context of not the current incredible leadership that we have at Pura that has been really advancing the ball on, helping to better maximize resources like behind the meter resources and energy efficiency, but really standing back and thinking about assigning this level of discretion to the institution as a whole. How could this possibly be utilized if you had different commissioners in place? And I think that I don't want to say this definitively, but I think several years ago, if we look, it might be helpful to look back at some of the legislative history of how this provision evolved, because I think it is fairly prescriptive, but in part because Pura at the time was lagging in exercising its discretion to provide for a decoupling mechanism that was aligned with our efficiency programs. So in any case, I think we have some suggestions to add there. I think the key would be, providing this as a may, could leave open the possibility that Pura would not implement a decoupling mechanism that consistent with the not disincentivizing demand reduction programs. I think perhaps some of our suggestions would be in the spirit of providing for a clearer set of objectives that the legislature is looking for in the statutory language itself that could be a little bit, provide a little bit more guardrails to how a future Pura should implement this. And I think that's always also helpful for the parties who are participating in Pura proceedings to also be able to refer to the overall objectives that the legislature is seeking. With respect to settlements, I think our consideration there also refers to look, I think one of the most important things that the legislature did with the Take Back the Grid Act is extend the amount of time that Pura has available for a rate case. And I think that that also increases the amount of time that Pura would have to consider any settlements put before. Standing in my shoes as a party in Pura proceedings, I think that can be a help to Pura to have parties working together and advancing proposals that in some cases could provide for some creative and faster resolution of issues that could be subject to lengthy litigation, or to provide for some creative solutions that Pura may not have direct authority to be able to require on its own. But certainly, some procedural ensuring if there's a desire to provide for more procedural clarity around how settlements should be considered in the statutes. I think that's something we could work with we'd be glad to have the opportunity to work with the committee on. We appreciate the support for compensation for stakeholder participation in proceedings. And I think the preceding two witnesses have articulated the reasons why that's a great idea. And I don't have much to add other than to really enthusiastically underscore their testimony. As well, I think we're supportive of all the incredible contributions from nonprofit agencies involved in energy assistance programs, especially as we know there's so many consumers struggling right now with high energy costs. It really spotlights how fortunate we are in the state to have energy assistance nonprofits helping to meet the needs of our citizens. I think our comments there are simply to work with the committee to ensure that we can achieve the intent here, but while also making sure that there are some fiscal controls here and some unintended consequences that we can avoid. So I'll just leave it there. I'd be happy to take any questions that the committee may have, but really applaud the leadership on this bill, and we'd be glad to have the chance to work with the committee on any of these implementation or slight language clarifications.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. As somebody who chaired the regulatory authority before in another life, your experience and help is really valuable. This is a working document, obviously. You did mention decoupling. How many states, how many jurisdictions actually just let the regulatory authority deal with that? Do you know? Is it most?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm sure we could look into that, or
We
other
can find
witnesses
out. I
may be
just
able
was
to,
wondering
yeah,
because
refer to that.
I want to go back to something that both you and Council Coleman said. I've been a manager in a business environment, a municipal environment for 50 years. And I have learned that you can build your management structure around the people you have, or you could build a theoretical management structure around what you think is the best structure for your entity, for your organization. In my experience, you end up always with a hybrid of both, right? You don't go with the theoretical, and organizations that build themselves around an individual, even when it comes to an owner, right? Or like me, you can drop dead tomorrow, right? And then suddenly no one else knows how to do anything. So I have to be crass every once in a while. It's just my style. I apologize to the members here. But so you're always looking at, do you want to build it around the people that you have in the moment, or do you want to build against the theoretical structure? In some measure, the whole state operates that way, I think. And it's sort of a dynamic thing. So I appreciate both you and the council saying that. And it's really true that we need to be mindful as we create entities and create departments within the state, that we're thinking broader in terms of how does this survive anybody, not just the person that's there. And so it's an important comment. And of course, I look forward to working with you on this bill and refining it. And I don't know if you heard my speech at the beginning about how hard this is to do from the position of not doing it as a full-time career. So we rely on agencies like yourself or the Consumer Council or Pura to give us some guidance, and the depth of knowledge that you guys have is probably not something that any legislator can ever have. So
Well,
And-
respectfully, Senator, I'd say you're someone who really gives time and a half to this job. If you looked at my call history and saw the number of times we've been on the phone at 11 o'clock discussing these issues. So I think you cut yourself short, but I would refer to another management principle, which is around delegation, right? Whether you have a, whenever you want someone, on your team to implement something effectively, and especially when you're thinking about delegation of authority from the legislature to a state agency or adjudicatory body, I think, the key principle is to make it clear what you want and to spell out exactly what success looks like, and to be clear so that that delegation will be the job will be done, the desired outcome will be achieved. And I think that that's really the goal that I have in mind in terms of providing some feedback on this section, is to think through just a little bit more clarity, exactly what success looks like, what the overall objective is that would be acceptable from the legislature standpoint. I think will ensure that this decoupling can be implemented effectively, both by the current excellent commissioners as well as future excellent commissioners at Pura. So that's really the spirit of that. And of course, great to hear the chair's testimony. If there's an interplay between the performance-based regulation reforms and directives that were provided in the Take Back the Grid Act, that's this more prescriptive language now is hindering, I think that's an important sort of interplay to make sure that we can address, but all fun technical details that we'd be glad to work with the committee on.
Great, and I certainly appreciate that. And again, legislation that gets too prescriptive, which I would define as micromanaging, becomes problematic. Legislation that's not prescriptive enough ends up allowing the bureaucracies and the state agencies to have their way and interpret very broadly. We know that happens, unfortunately. And so it's the three bears: not too hot, not too cold, just right. And that's where the devil is in the details. How do you get that done? And that takes a lot of nuance. And I think that I live my life in the role of nuance, and I think that that's what we're trying to get to here. And all opinions are valuable when it comes to that. So, as always, we have had a lot of conversations, a lot of weird times of the day and night, and I really appreciate that. And there'll be more conversations. We have to talk about garbage at some point, which is my favorite topic. I know it's yours also. So with that, I'm going to Chair Steinberg.
Thank you. I find it insightful that my co-chair refers to that important stories about the three bears. And then we've got garbage. This all seems to be very pertinent. Some people call it Goldilocks as opposed to three bears, but can't help ourselves. Getting back to the decoupling section that you testified with regard to, as much as I appreciate the desire to have some measure of wiggle room, the strength of having a shall versus a may is very significant in this context. If we were to change it to may, can you give us an example, a scenario in which Pura might elect not to invoke the decoupling mechanism?
I mean, I think a lot of that goes back to if it's the shall versus the may, plus the interplay of what standard, how to what extent the legislature has set forth a test or a standard or a desired sort of outcome or consequences that should be avoided, in the statutes itself. The reference to, I'm sure, in going over the language and talking with the and getting more familiar with what the committee's intent is, perhaps the provisions on lines 20-22 with respect to the subject to the principles set forth in 16-2M might be the place that we'll find the standards or a little bit clearer understanding of exactly what test or what objective will be required. But I think that's I really think about the shall versus may in the context of like years ago, some, some of the earlier challenges of getting energy efficiency programs funded, for example, adequately, which was at the time subject to the DPUC's discretion and those sorts of things. So obviously now with a lot, that in any case, I think it's really that historical context that I had in mind in thinking about the shall versus may.
Thank you, guys. I tend to favor shall for a variety of reasons in terms of sending a signal as much as some other factors. But I'd be interested in further discussing where you think history may indicate that there could be exceptions that would encourage Pura to take a different route. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Fazio.
Thank you for your testimony, Commissioner. I am worried that the story of the 3 bears might be 2 or 1 bears now that the commissioner supports bear hunting in Connecticut, but we'll leave that aside. So on the last topic, is there specific guardrails around decoupling or that you would propose or right now, or you're still that you think that's a conversation to have, going back to what the limits specifically should be?
Yeah, I think in this case, I think we would benefit from more discussion, especially to understand from the committee's perspective what some of the challenges are with the current language, or particularly I'd be interested to know if there are unintended consequences or barriers to performance-based regulation being able to be implemented effectively, that this particular, more prescribed approach to decoupling is thwarting, and perhaps better understanding what the particular principle, how one would articulate perhaps more specifically in statute the principles that are in section 16-2 subsection M. I think that would be the starting place to try to work with the committee to figure out if there's something that may be different than the prescriptive languages in the statute currently, but is a little bit more identifies a little bit more specifically what those goals and objectives are. I don't mean it as a dodge, but truly not to. There's not a particular example that I would share at the moment.
And I'm sure that's a conversation that many of us on the committee would welcome and be open to. And just on settlements, we certainly, I think all of us recognize that there's a value to settlements. There's a value to fully litigating and adjudicating a case. Is there anything in the proposed language that, again, it doesn't preclude settlements, it narrows the scope. Is there anything in the proposed language that you oppose about settlements, or it's just a general commentary that you think that we need to understand that they have value?
I think it's the general principle. I think some of the, like in the latter portion of the language, again, I think Pura, again, subject, my understanding is that Pura would have the ability or the authority to require certain of these procedural steps already in the consideration of a settlement that's filed. But I think one piece in line 56, that limitation that provisions can't extend more than 3 years from a settlement's approval. There may be provisions in an approved settlement that would have, rate mechanisms or so on and so forth that would not sort of be proposed to end in 3 years specifically. I think that's probably more of an unintended consequences of how it was drafted, rather. But anyway, that might be one particular detail that we would point out, again, to the point of implementation. And of course, there's a difference in, like you said, I think it changes encouraged to permit. Is this what's the significance of that change? It doesn't preclude the consideration of settlements, but I think that's where the spirit of our comments on this are really more around some of the specifics of the language, and then just a more general comment that in certain circumstances, settlements offer another option for a regulator to consider you know, I've been on both sides of this. And certainly as a party there, you're always considering whether, you know, a settlement is something that the regulator is even going to be interested in. Sometimes you get the sense that there is an appetite to try to resolve an issue, you know, faster and limit litigation. In other cases, you know, that's not the case. And so I think all parties, you know, in any case, I think I don't know that I'm adding more than what the Consumer Council shared earlier, but those are my thoughts on this.
I assume, and I don't want to speak for the proponents or the authors of the bill, I assume that 3 years is supposed to be commensurate with the 4-year period between rate cases. And that's, you know, they want to make settlements, you know, proportionate, commensurate with the period between rate cases. And that's the motivation. But that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. I'm not seeing anybody online who wants to speak. Very generous with your time. Thank you.
Enjoy your Valentine's. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Always glad to
You
talk
also.
about bears at any time I can, any committee. So
Next up is Amanda DeVito Trinzi, Connecticut Industry Energy Consumers. I think she's remote.
Good afternoon, committee. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Nice hearing from you.
Hi, this is Amanda Trinzi. I'm here on behalf of the Connecticut Industrial Energy Consumers, and we are a coalition of large commercial and industrial end users throughout the state of Connecticut that use a lot of electricity and utility power to make our products in Connecticut. And I want to first start by acknowledging and applauding all of the work that the committee and the chair have done over the past several years on behalf of consumers in advocating for transparency, the Take Back the Grid Act, economic development rates getting reviewed. CIC really appreciates that. And we think that there's a lot of good things in this bill that are going to take it even further. And we submitted some written testimony on the bill, and I'm going to focus my time here today on Section 4, which is the very popular topic of settlements. As a threshold matter, I will just say that CIC is very supportive of having the tool of settlements in the regulatory toolbox. This bill does 3 general things with settlements. First, it requires that there be notice at least 3 days in advance of a settlement being filed. Second, it's going to require any signatory parties to a settlement to put forth an expert witness in order to be a signatory party to that settlement. And then lastly, it's going to limit, it's effectually that a settlement does not equal a utility rate review under the statute. So starting with the second prong, which is something that CIC does not support, we don't think it is necessary for a signatory party to a settlement to have to set forth a witness in supporting the settlement. And while I listened to Chair Gillette earlier and the reasons why she believes that that is necessary, I think the intent of that could be achieved in other ways, such as requiring signatory parties to submit statements in support, explaining why their clients think that this settlement is in the public interest, and also having hearings or fact-finding exercises like before Pura to talk about the settlement generally. Going back to a comment Commissioner Dykes made before, we now have a longer period to review rates when a utility files for rate cases. So that's a really good thing. It allows the authority, and all of the parties to get really into the weeds, get under the hood, and look, okay, what is the utility requesting that makes up their revenue requirement that customers are going to have to pay for? And we support having a limitation on rate plans so that the utility does have to come back every so often and have that reviewed. However, a comprehensive settlement shouldn't shorten, avoid, or otherwise limit the comprehensive review of the utilities books and records that should be conducted during a rate case, because we want that really good rate quality, or excuse me, rate case quality data that Chair Gillette was talking about earlier, so we can understand where all the costs are going. We agree a settlement shouldn't be a black box. And we also agree that Pura should in some fashion be engaged in the process. Attached to our written testimony, we are providing the committee with an example of how other states handle settlement negotiations in a contested proceeding, specifically New York. They have very structured guidelines that require notice to all the parties right away when a settlement or possibility of a settlement is being examined, and then a process for confidentiality, and then updating the judge or whoever is going to oversee the process every so often on how things are going. So maybe not all of these elements are something that could be adopted in Connecticut, but I think it shows you that what we need are definitely more structured settlement procedures within Connecticut. As someone who's represented clients that have been on the receiving end of opening their email and seeing that a case that you've been working really hard on and have hired expert witnesses to testify on has just filed a settlement agreement between two people the day before your testimony is due. You know, that's not good when that happens, and it's really it doesn't include all of the interests and stakeholder interests that are there at the table. And settlements, I think Mr. Dykes touched on this earlier, provide for more creative ways for parties to resolve issues that perhaps aren't available in a litigated outcome. So with that, I think I'm gonna just check over my notes, but pause for some questions if anyone has any.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ms. Trinzi, it's a long name. Anybody have any? Representative Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Getting back to your comments with regard to expert testimony, were you, I haven't had a chance to look at your written submission. Were you suggesting any particular remedy for that, particularly as you commented with regard to the timing of the inclusion of expert testimony? Or are you just objecting to the requirement itself?
I think, first of all, I think every case that gets filed is different. And so when a utility files a rate case, they should be required to put in loads of testimony and, you know, quality evidence and data so that and we go through a discovery process, get more data so that everyone can understand where the money is going that they're asking for. Some parties might have issues in particular that they want to address with an expert witness. For example, a lot of times Connecticut industrial energy consumers an issue that we'll retain an expert witness on is revenue allocation and rate design, a very riveting topic. But as we move through the process, and if this goes into a settlement negotiation, there might be other issues that make up the revenue requirement. For example, reliability issues that we want to engage in. However, we're not going to go out and hire an expert witness on. We're going to advance that through our membership and through our representatives, our attorneys that are working at the table talking about those issues. So, and then fast forward, if we get to a settlement agreement that we think is great and we want to support for a variety of reasons, I don't want to have to then go and hire another expert witness that's going to testify broadly on this holistic agreement that contains support for a lot of things. And it's really hard actually to find a witness that would be willing to do such a thing. Not to mention the fact that expert witnesses cost a lot of money. You have to fly them in. You have to spend many hours preparing them, having them review everything, all the underlying documents, and then going through drafts and drafts of written testimony. So it's actually not a very small feat. And I would say that the requirement of having an expert witness be there to testify on a settlement agreement is a barrier to moving settlements or moving towards a more inclusive settlement paradigm.
So rather than eliminating the requirement altogether, would you be amenable to the concept of enumerating some specific exemptions, or perhaps creating a waiver process whereby Pura could rule that there'd be adequate reason not to require an expert witness? Or are you really dedicated to the idea that we should not require an expert witness?
I guess from my perspective, and this is kind of a process view of things, and so I apologize if I'm getting a little bit in the weeds, but when the utility puts in their case with all of their thousands of pages of expert testimony. Then you have your stakeholders and other interveners that are going to put in their testimony. That should be enough to have a record basis for then at the end, when we're looking at this holistic document that we've sat and drafted for months, not weeks. Like we're now in a different situation where we have much more time on our side to go through all of this information and create a well-crafted and thoughtful settlement agreement. It should be, I absolutely agree, we should meet the standards of the Connecticut statute 1619. But I would hope that Pura is going to be now in a better position to have all of that information to make that decision that the agreement's in the public interest. So my idea would be, instead of requiring expert testimony, that the parties would be required to put in briefs, like statements in support, explaining why they support the settlement as a whole.
A lot to consider. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anybody have any other questions? There being none, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Next up is Peter Myers from CBIA.
Good afternoon. Hello, members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Peter Myers. I'm a Public Policy Associate for the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today on Senate Bill 966. Senate Bill 966 would effectively eliminate the Take Back Our Grid legislation and would create new regulations for the public utilities industry. Because this legislation would undo the sweeping reforms that were made in the Take Back Our Grid legislation passed in 2020, CBA respectfully asks the committee to oppose this legislation. CBA applauds the work that was done to pass the Take Back Our Grid legislation. That legislation was a compromise agreed upon between all stakeholders and is still awaiting final approvals from Pura. Our concern with the proposed legislation is that it does not allow the sweeping reforms that were passed in 2020 to take place before the regulations are altered again. As the Business Association of Connecticut, we represent businesses in a wide variety of industries in our state. A sentiment we often hear from the businesses in our state is their aspiration for consistency in regulation of their industry. This holds true for utilities as well, which 3 years ago saw major regulatory changes in Take Back Our Grid. CBA believes that more time is needed to accurately evaluate the effectiveness of the legislation passed in 2020. And we ask the committee leaves in place the Take Back Our Grid legislation and allows proper time for evaluation before implementing more mandates upon the utilities. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for coming today, Peter. I appreciate it. All I can say is, what? I'm sorry to be that. I understand that CBIA, of which I'm a member and frequently a sponsor of events, is very much concerned about the money that is donated and all the sponsorships and support that they get from the utilities for their events and for the organization in general. I get that. But again, what? Where do you think this dismantles Take Back Our Grid? If anything, it enhances Take Back Our Grid. It's the exact opposite of dismantling anything. We're looking to refine it, to add some more strength to it, to go into more nuanced details of it. So I don't understand how that can even be an issue. So maybe you could explain in a little more detail what exactly are you talking about?
Sure. Thank you very much for your question and for your membership. I will leave the full details to, I believe, the utilities will be testifying later. They might be able to provide more details. Our main focus is on performance-based rate making. It overregulates to a point where it invalidates performance-based rate making. That's the major concern we have. But I'm sure the utilities will be able to answer those questions in greater detail.
So again, you're saying that enhancements to performance-based rate making or better definitions actually undoes performance-based rate making, which was kind of landmark in the state of Connecticut?
I'm not able to speak. I don't
Okay.
honestly to full detail there. I would refer you to later.
I don't want to put you on the spot. I understand that you're testifying in a broad way, and I really don't understand anything in that. But I do understand that the utilities are major sponsors, and I'm sure that they've had long conversations with you about why they don't like this legislation. And I do and look forward to hearing from them. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Does anybody else have any? Thank you. Sorry? I'm covered. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your
Thank
time.
you, Peter. Take care. Next up is Jonathan Avery from Hazardville Water Company, Jewett City.
Yes, good afternoon, committee. I'm Jonathan Avery. I'm the Senior Executive Officer at Hazardville and Jewett City Water Company. We are one of the few water companies left in Connecticut, and we are one of the smallest, less than 10,000 hookups and representing fewer than 25,000 customers. What I have written testimony, so I don't really want to revisit that, but highlight 3 points. I've been in the industry myself for over 45 years. And I think that the last 20 years, we've gotten accustomed to low inflation, low interest rates, which allows for more time to review things and allows for what I would call more regulatory oversight and taking the time. So what I'm speaking about is in this bill, Senate Bill 966, it's requesting moving the time for a rate case decision from 200 days to 350 days. In today's climate, that may be okay, but I experienced back in the 70s and 80s when the climate was very different, and that kind of regulatory lag is what we call it, becomes a major financial impediment. So I urge that changing the days from 200 to 350 days would be a bit of a hardship for a small company like ourselves, and it makes raising capital harder. Another provision I'd like to highlight is disallowing trade association fees. I might add, being a small company, I only have 18 employees. We rely heavily on the trade associations to inform us, to educate my employees, to provide a lot of detailed information about regulation and about what's happening in our business, the technology of our business, to the trade associations, and they're very important to us. So categorically disallowing those fees will discourage our company from utilizing those, and I think that's not in the best interest of ratepayers. The last comment I would like to state is disallowing legal fees for a contested rate case. What I can say is, and I heard the commissioner talk about the cost of recent proceedings, that a small utility, the cost of hiring outside legal fees is required. We don't have any in-house counsel. And it's actually quite high, the cost to file rate proceedings and debt proceedings. And to disallow these would be would make our process extremely difficult. So what I would say is that that would not be in the best interest of our ratepayers, and I believe that the legal fees should be recovered. I will complete my comments here, and I'm willing to take a few questions if you'd like.
Thank you. It is important that someone representing the interest of the smaller companies testifies today. And I think you raised some points with regard to the ability of smaller companies to participate effectively without taking advantage of certain professional services. I'm not sure I'm 100% comfortable with the idea of exempting you from such requirements, but what if we were to consider perhaps some caps on how much you could spend for these categories so that you'd be able to recover at least a portion of those expenses, but certainly put some limits on what would be passed on to the ratepayer?
Right now, not all, all of the fees that we pay, if you're referring to the fees, not all the fees that we pay are paid for by the ratepayers. So some of them currently are not covered. So it's that especially the fees paid, for the example of the trade associations, for training our staff and informing us. We believe those fees are really useful and are serving our ratepayers.
To answer my question, if we were to allow you a little wiggle room where you could recover up to a certain amount to, again, sort of protect everybody involved, would you be amenable to that process versus requiring you to pay for everything?
Yes, I think well, certainly a discussion is worthwhile, and I think that that would be good. I'm not sure what you're talking about. If you're also referring to the attorney fees, that part I don't quite know. And one of the challenges that we have with our attorney fees is that our regulator partly dictates how the proceedings go, and the attorney needs to then be able to react to that. So we aren't in control of the process as much. So if you set a limit on how much attorney fees, that could also lead to a less than advantageous outcome.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think in real time about ways we might be able to accommodate the smaller companies, but obviously we'll have some further conversation. Representative Foster.
Thank you very much for testifying today. You serve part of one of the towns that I represent, East Windsor. And I'm curious if under the current size of customers that you're served, if you're impacted under this legislation as written, do you have greater than 75,000 customers?
No.
Okay. And even so, do your concerns continue if this does not impact you at the size that you are?
Well, I think I'll let others speak for parts of this change that affect them. Rather not comment on something that's not affecting a small company. So I'll just address that which is affecting us.
Okay. And can you talk to me about how the WICA surcharge of 10% increase impacts you between rate cases? Does that offer you also some protection here from some concerns?
So the way the process works, and I think it's been working quite well, is that we can charge up to 10%, as you state, and we can't do 10% in 1 year. So it takes several years, usually 2 or 3 years, before we've completed the 10% increase in WICA, and that's been a very effective thing. And once you achieve the 10%, then we've gone in and asked for a settlement, and that's been an effective process. So I would urge that we continue utilizing that process, and it's worked well.
And your understanding is that this would, the way that it's currently drafted, it would prohibit that impact, that current process.
The actual details, I will refer to some of my brethren who are going to speak later, who understand the nuance of this a little better than I do. So I am concerned that this legislation is discouraging settlements, and I believe that there's an example of resetting the WICA as an example of a very positive settlement process that's worked quite well for water utilities.
Okay, I'd be happy to follow up perhaps off the record and have a continued conversation with your service to my district. I want to make sure that I understand your concerns and how they relate to the legislation as drafted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. You know that this is not covering Hazardville Water Company, right? You did that? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Sorry. I appreciate that. Next up is Craig Pella from Connecticut Water. The new CEO of Connecticut Water.
Good afternoon, chairs, ranking members, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Craig Patla, and I am the president of Connecticut Water Company, where I am proud to lead the team that serves more than 350,000 people in 60 towns across our great state. I am here to speak in opposition to SB 966 in its current form. While we certainly understand and appreciate the genesis of this bill, we do want to point out that there are provisions therein that perhaps unwittingly, but certainly detrimentally impact the water utilities under the regulatory authority of Pura. We do feel that we share a common mission with Pura, and that we are aligned to ensure the consumers are receiving a safe, reliable water supply at a reasonable cost. Public health is paramount. Now, how we arrive at that reasonable cost segment of the equation is the subject of our periodic proceedings with the authority, Office of Consumer Counsel, the Attorney General, as well as other stakeholder groups. We have historically worked well together through the processes and proceedings that have delivered balanced decisions that have taken into consideration the necessity of public health and in addressing critical issues facing the water industry in balance with the rate pressures that our consumers feel. The water industry, however, is currently at an inflection point. The challenges of the day and of tomorrow are real and upon us. Aging infrastructure, climate change, emerging contaminants, PFAS, we've all heard of that. Lead, inflationary costs, and rate pressure are just some of the issues facing the industry. In order to take on these challenges, we must have the ability to engage with our regulator to forge the necessary solutions through the constructive and productive tensions of proceedings, without the encumbrances, some of which proposed in SB 966. The bill as drafted challenged the mechanics of proceedings, the framework under which we've been able to derive constructive solutions, and has the real potential to erode our ability to deliver on our service commitment to our customers. At CWC, we don't consider ourselves just a water utility. We are a service provider that understands the criticality of our role as part of the fabric of the communities that we serve. Our role is foundational to the quality of life, in fact, in the communities that we serve. Look no further than Flint, Michigan, or Jackson, Mississippi for what the opposite proposition holds. Investment, innovation, creativity, partnership, tension, and balance are all critical in our ability to deliver on our collective mission, not just the water company, but of the regulator as well. The content of SB 966 has the potential to stand in the way of this, which is why we are in opposition. Now, in my new role, Senator Needleman here, this is my first go-round in opposition to Senate Bill 966. It strikes me as it would be easy to just say we oppose it and leave the microphone. But CWC stands ready to work with any and all stakeholder groups, including the committee, including Pura, in an effort to find a better answer, a better version of this bill. With that, I'll take any questions or relinquish the stand.
Thank you, Mr. President. Truth be told, I know Craig for a while, and he has done a great job in operations and engineering at Connecticut Water, and I do appreciate the fact that you are the new president. And like everything else, I stand, and I believe the committee stands ready, willing, and able to work with you on finding the best way to do this. Just as a quick point of clarification, the last rate case with Connecticut Water was recently settled, wasn't it?
No, it was fully adjudicated.
Yeah, I mean, not settled, I mean adjudicated and then reopened. So what was the reopener about? I mean, I know you aren't the guy in charge at that point.
Honestly, I'm not sure.
Okay. I think that like reopening rate cases to me, then resulting in more money seems to be a little bit of a problem, and that these should be adjudicated. I don't think, I remember correctly, somebody said there was a mathematical issue and it got reopened and it resulted in more money.
There was a mathematical error that was, I don't know if it was technically a reopener by definition, but it was re-examined by the authority, and a modified decision was rendered.
That resulted in more money.
Yes.
Yeah. So I haven't looked into it fully. Look, I think that I do know how good a job you guys do and how much you try to serve your customers. Had I, been involved in this back when the merger occurred, I'm not sure I would have been a big advocate for it, because a lot of people in my region of the state and your region of the state had concerns about being taken over by a company in San Jose, California. That said, it shouldn't have any bearing. You guys have continued to do a very good job. And I appreciate your coming here and this being your first testimony before this august body, such as we are.
I appreciate that, Senator.
Thank you. Representative Steinberg.
Thank you, and welcome to your first testimony before the legislature. I'm sure it will not be your last.
Thank you.
You heard some reference earlier to the fact that Connecticut has been blessed with some very strong professionals in important roles. Similarly, you can understand the state's desire to assure that regardless of who's manning the helm of our water companies, that they look out for the interests of the people here in the state of Connecticut, and also perhaps would be sensitive to the fact that since we are now owned by a company from another state, this is a particular issue for us, and will make us always a little bit suspicious and concerned going forward. So I just want to say that I look forward to working with you to make sure that whatever we come up with is appropriate for all water companies, regardless of size and regardless of ownership and regardless of leadership. We're trying to do something for the long term. So your input would be valuable, but I'm sure you also fully appreciate our desire to assure transparency and accountability for all the utilities, if I can use that word, that we count on to service and protect the interest of all Connecticut citizens. So this may not have been designed specifically for Connecticut water, but it needs to apply to it as well.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate the opportunity to participate in the process, because we have like vision and mission in that as well. We are very concerned about our customers, our communities, our employees, and the environment.
Thank you, Craig. Really appreciate your comment.
Thank you.
Next up is Carrie Lynch from the Nature Conservancy.
Hello, I was hoping to follow Tom, but I guess I'll step in. Good afternoon.
Tom canceled. Tom came off the list. He canceled.
What a disappointment. Good afternoon, honored chair, Senator Needleman and Representative Steinberg, and distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I'm Carrie Lynch, Climate Energy Policy Manager at the Nature Conservancy. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on behalf of the Nature Conservancy in full support of Senate Bill 966. The Nature Conservancy is committed to policies that advance clean energy technology. This bill addresses several specific measures in Connecticut's utility laws to reduce costs for ratepayers. Electric utility rates continue to rise despite efforts to increase energy efficiency in distributed energy resources, making Connecticut rates the second highest after Hawaii in the nation. Recently, the electric distribution companies, the EDCs, imposed a massive rate increase fueled by skyrocketing global fuel costs and our region's over-reliance on natural gas for electric generation and heating. Regardless of the cost of fuels, the EDCs are allowed to pass all energy generation costs directly along to the customers, which allows shareholders to continue to reap record returns despite fluctuations in global markets. So why does a nonprofit environmental conservation NGO care about rates? There are several reasons why. One, historically, clean and or renewable energy investments are often touted as the cause of high electric rates. This is simply not true. In fact, based upon the levelized cost of energy, solar, onshore wind, energy storage, these are the least expensive energy sources, even prior to current events. This bill makes it clear that high electric rates are partially due to bloated admin and other miscellaneous costs not associated with actual energy generation. These costs are recovered by the EDCs through rates and place all risk upon the consumers. Second, high electricity rates also impede crucial but costly technology investments in DER. The rapid and planned deployment of DER, like rooftop solar, batteries, electric vehicles, heat pumps, etc., play a substantial role in achieving 100% clean energy. Utilizing all the benefits of DER will significantly increase system reliability and resiliency, which is a huge concern, and decrease greenhouse gas emissions. However, investments in transforming our current unreliable fossil fuel reliant system are being held up due to cost and high electric rates. Therefore, examining and adjusting line items in electric rate calculations is critical to reaching our clean energy targets. And three, finally, the Nature Conservancy is fully supportive of measures that help alleviate the disproportionate burden of high electric rates on low to median income communities that are already overburdened and underserved by the EDCs. So, in efforts to address recent and ongoing rapid rise in electricity rates, we support many sections of SB 966 that would adjust how rates are calculated and increase rate-making transparency. Our written testimony includes more details on our support of certain sections and also gives suggestions on what is potentially missing from this bill. We believe that this is just a first step in addressing risks and costs that are entirely borne by Connecticut ratepayers with little to no benefit to the electric grid. And with that, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present testimony in support of SB 966.
Thank you, Carrie. Anybody have any questions? Oh, Chair Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regard to the last part of your testimony, you suggested that in some ways, perhaps this bill does not go far enough. I would argue it's pretty far as it is, but I'll give you an opportunity to introduce anything that you think we might not have thought of.
Chair Gillette has brought up the Senate bill or House bill from last year, 5203. There was language in there about flexibility in revenue decoupling. We really liked that language. It did not make the final cut for this bill, apparently. So that's one. Also, we thought that the tree trimming issue, that the fees imposed by the EDCs to do tree trimming, whether or not they actually do it, is also a critical element that was missing from this bill that we'd like to see included. So those are two examples of what we'd like to see in this bill to make it really tight.
I guess that serves me right for asking the question. We wouldn't get into tree trimming today, but I guess you can. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
What trees? Anybody else? Anyone online have anything? Oh, thank you. And thank you guys for doing the great job you do. Next up is Sam Cardwell from Conservation Law Foundation.
Hello, good afternoon, Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, members of the Energy and Technology Committee. So my name is Sam Cardwell. I'm a program assistant testifying on behalf of the Conservation Law Foundation. CLF is a regional environmental nonprofit with offices in all 6 New England states. CLF broadly supports SB 966 and SB 7, which would increase accountability for the utilities and ensure that Pura has the resources it needs to effectively regulate them. And in my testimony, I'd just like to highlight 2 sections of SB 966, Section 3 and Section 19, and talk about why ratepayers should not have to pay for certain utility expenses and why stakeholder compensation should be authorized. So starting with Section 3, which would ensure that utility company shareholders pay for utility lobbying, trade associations, advertising. The utility companies can currently recover these costs from ratepayers, and that's just not an appropriate use of ratepayers' money. And that's especially true given that utility lobbyists frequently lobby against bills that are in the public interest, notably those pertaining to clean energy and climate change. And then likewise, Section 3C would limit the utility company's ability to recover advertising costs unless Pura specifically approves or orders such costs. And so to understand why a provision like that is necessary, I think it's useful to look at an example of Eversource advertising in Massachusetts, where just 2 years ago, parents were outraged to discover that their children were being given pro-gas propaganda published by Eversource, which contained statements like natural gas is great, referred to gas as a safe, clean, efficient fuel. One activity booklet was titled Natural Gas, Your Invisible Friend. And so under no circumstances should ratepayers have to pay for these types of materials. And then moving on to section 19, which would allow qualifying stakeholder groups to apply for, and with Pura's approval, receive compensation from utility companies that are parties to proceedings before the agency. This isn't a new idea. Many other states have already implemented similar programs. In Connecticut, an intervener compensation program would increase participation of groups whose views or concerns are not always adequately represented, and provide those groups with access to much needed expert resources, which would result in turn in fairer, more inclusive, and better informed Pura proceedings and outcomes. And such underrepresented groups include those living in environmental justice communities who are disproportionately burdened by high energy costs. Similarly, Section 19's effort to bring small business customers to the table is laudable, given that the cost of utilities tends to be one of the biggest financial pressures on those businesses. So thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much, Sam. Anybody have any questions? There being none, Charles Rothenberger from Save the Sound.
Thank you so much. Co-chairs Needleman and Steinberg, and ranking members Fazio and Buckby, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Charles Rothenberger. I'm a climate and energy attorney with Save the Sound, and happy to be here to testify in support of SB 966 and also SB 7, I guess. We support the provisions of SB 966 as natural complements to the provisions previously enacted by the General Assembly in 2020 as part of the Take Back Our Grid Act. These include measures related to utility cost recovery, executive compensation, consumer credits, emergency reporting, and transparency and public participation. And I'm not going to go through every section of the bill, but will note Section 19, which establishes a mechanism for compensating interveners who represent the interests of groups of customers in EJ communities and small business customers. We echo the supportive comments we heard from Chair Gillette and Consumer Counsel Coleman earlier. I'll also say we're particularly appreciative of Section 3 of the bill, which, as we just heard, prohibits utilities from charging ratepayers for the costs of certain membership dues, sponsorships of trade associations, lobbying costs, and advertising and marketing costs. As regulated entities guaranteed a predetermined rate of return on certain expenditures, it's absolutely critical that the categories of expenses for which the ratepayers are responsible are limited to those expenditures that actually benefit ratepayers. Or put another way, the utility company's shareholders should bear the cost of ancillary expenditures unrelated to providing service, such as lobbying or other political and public messaging activities, contrary to the best interests of ratepayers, and really designed solely to increase shareholder profits. The lobbying activities that these trade associations, such as the Edison Electric Institute and the American Gas Association, engage in are generally oriented towards insulating industry from environmental regulations, delaying standards that would reduce climate emissions, and prolonging the nation's reliance on fossil fuels in order to protect industry profits. And this also reflects the policy positions that many utilities take when out of public view. In response to such activities, a growing number of states have adopted policies prohibiting public service companies from using ratepayer funds for these activities. And this includes states as diverse as North Carolina, New York, and New Hampshire. And notably, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission is also in the process of considering instituting a similar policy at the federal level. Certainly, while utilities and their trade associations are free to advance any position they choose, ratepayers should not be forced to subsidize their political messaging. I thank you for your time and consideration of this testimony, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Charles. Really appreciate your testimony. Anybody have any questions? Nope. Thank you so much. We're going on to number 11, which we don't see Sydney Collins in the room or on Zoom. Just going once, going twice, going 3 times. All right, next up is Vincent Pace from Eversource.
I'll start again. Good afternoon, Chairman Needleman, Chairman Steinberg, Vice Chair Foster, and Ranking Member Fazio, and all members of the committee. My name is Vincent Pace. I'm an Assistant General Counsel for Eversource, based in our Berlin, Connecticut office. I'm joined today by Doug Horton, who is our VP of Distribution Rates. I'm providing comments on Senate Bill 966. We submitted written detailed testimony earlier today. Out of respect for your time, I'll limit my comments to very high-level remarks. To help Connecticut customers, many of the speakers who appeared before you in your information sessions said that Connecticut should focus on 3 important policy issues. The first was fuel shortages. Regional fuel shortages for electric power plants are causing high energy prices for our Connecticut consumers. Energy right now represents 70% of the bill. Second is clean energy programs. Increased investment in clean energy programs will help bridge the gap, including transmission for offshore wind, advanced metering, and energy storage. And third is federal funding. Federal funding could substantially offset Connecticut's costs for clean energy infrastructure. We stand ready and we pledge to work with this committee and all the stakeholders to try and advance these 3 important goals. We're ready to work to help them move forward. But unfortunately, in all due respect, Senate Bill 966 does not advance or further any of those 3 important policy issues. Instead, it has several negative unintended consequences. And here are some examples very briefly. First, it undercuts the Take Back the Grid Act, which focused on performance-based regulation, or PBR. And PBR penalizes utilities for poor performance and incents them to achieve superior results. But many sections in the bill conflict with PBR because they punish utilities by disallowing costs regardless of our performance. In addition, with a PBR docket pending right now at Pura, it's premature for this law to be implemented. Allow the PBR process to be implemented, and then we could revisit if any statutory changes are needed. Next, the bill takes away authority from the Office of Consumer Counsel, the DEEP, and also the Office of the Attorney General, and that could be harmful for customers in the long run. And finally, the bill conflicts with other laws. We've identified those in our written pre-filed testimony. We look forward to discussing this bill with you, as well as Senate Bill 7, and we understand that's currently under development. Mr. Horton and I would be happy to take any questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pace. I appreciate your testimony. Remarkably how similar to the CBIA testimony, almost word for word that we just heard. Almost sounds like you guys were on a call with them that made that case. No need to comment. So I appreciate that you're using all the tools at your disposal to lobby for the benefit of the customer. Funny that it's on the day that you announced record profits, but we'll go ahead and leave that on the side for the moment. Ow, I just had a piece of wood hit me. Sorry. That was your fault. That was an Eversource issue. No, I just want to address it. And yes, there are.
On behalf of people living with the and members of the
Steve, can you mute? Thank you. The 70% of the bill is energy, and none of the honestly, and I've said this 100 times publicly to the point where I've been called a utility apologist, and I don't like that because you know that I'm not, but I'm trying to be fair. 70% of the bill is at this moment directly the cost of energy. If you go back 2.5 years ago, just to remind everybody, 70% of the bill was the distribution side of the bill as opposed to the rate side, 65-70%. I had people calling me saying, how come energy is 8 cents and the other side of the bill is 12 or 12.5 cents all in? We know it's a moving target. None of this falls specifically to the utilities in the state of Connecticut because you don't control the supply of energy. And we could debate for days whether that makes sense or not, but that's the law right now. And I don't want to assign blame for something that is not something that's in your responsibility. I don't quite understand, the comments about this undermines Take Back Our Grid. I just want to be very clear. I am the remaining leader on this committee that negotiated Take Back Our Grid. We negotiated it. We pushed it forward. We made sure it happened. And I would be the last person who would be advancing any issues that undermine that. Our intent, whether we got it right on the first draft or not, is to enhance that and enhance PBR. We can meet after this and discuss exactly where that's the case. But I really am offended at the idea that anybody would imply that when I think everybody in this room knows how hard we worked after ECS to go ahead and get that law passed in a broadly, almost unanimous fashion to the legislature. If that's the nitpicking part of the testimony, you kind of lost me on that. And
Chairman, if I could be helpful, and I appreciate the
sure.
feedback.
And if there are specific areas where this may be the issue, where you think that we are working counter to that bill, I'd be happy to help find a way to make it not counter to the bill, as long as we move the regulatory needle the way I think that I and the rest of this committee feels we should move it. But I don't know that I'd hang my hat on that as far as core testimony, but now you can, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And we know that the Take Back the Grid Act involved substantial work from this committee and respond to feedback from your constituents. And we know that you want to give it a chance to be able to be implemented. And so we think that some of the unintended consequences from this bill are that a central focus of the Take Back the Grid Act was Section 1, which said that the authority could implement performance-based regulation. And the intent of PBR is to hold utility accountable when they fail to achieve certain results, and also to incentivize them if they achieve superior results. Some of the concerns we have about this bill are that many provisions say, regardless of utility performance, costs will be automatically disallowed. And here are just some examples. Section 17 says the cost that utilities pay for the operations of Pura, the Consumer Council, and for DEEP will not be allowed for recovery. Section 17 also says that the costs we incur for nonprofit energy assistance agencies, and that's a new cost, will not be allowed for recovery. Section 12 said the cost that we incur to comply with Pura orders will not be allowed for recovery. Section 9 says the cost that we incur to issue state mandated notices to consumers in rate cases will not be allowed for cost recovery. And Section 6 says executive compensation will not be allowed in rates if something completely outside our control, such as the cost of regional energy, goes up by more than 10%. And so thank you for the chance to offer our perspective. We look forward to working with you and the committee members because we know the Take Back the Grid Act is very important to this committee. And we're hoping to help you work together to try and maintain consistency. But right now, we see those provisions as being, in all due respect, inconsistent with the intent of performance-based regulation.
First of all, I think it was called Take Back Our Grid, right? Not the grid. And I think that's an important distinction. And the work on that bill and this bill is not only important to this committee, I think it's important to the ratepayers of the state of Connecticut. And I think that disallowing certain expenses as recoverable maybe not every one of those items that you mentioned are not inconsistent with PBR. That's a discussion that we need to have. Maybe one or two of them, the way you've expressed them, might be. And again, that's going to be a point of discussion. And I just want to back up a half a step and say, it has never been my intent to demonize the utilities in the state of Connecticut. I think to varying degrees, the major utilities in the state of Connecticut do a good job. Doesn't mean it can't be better. It doesn't also mean that I don't think that there's been improvement. But you know, and everybody from the utilities in this room knows that my experience started as a selectman and as a first selectman starting in 2003 through multiple storms. And what I thought, some at points not under the company's ownership that exists today, but was awful, right? Awful. I think that there were a lot of excuses made. So I came to this body, and one of the reasons that I'm here was to enhance that climate where I felt that the ratepayers, we may not ever be the cheapest in the country, but I want the ratepayers of the state of Connecticut to feel honestly that they get good value for their money. And that doesn't mean that that comes through goodwill, sponsorships, and other things that provide return to the utility. Again, recovery in my world is different than the definition of recovery in the utility world. In my world, just having gone through massive cost increases, I was barely lucky to get those cost increases with no margin given back to me. Utilities are in this unique spot where they not only recover their costs, but they are guaranteed a rate of return. It is why at this point, I think that we are looking closely at this and making sure that all voices are heard. We do not want to hurt the utilities. It is our job here to make sure that you perform as best as you can. And I just, want to clarify that I'm happy to go point by point through this bill with you at a later point. I'm sure that there are parts of it that you hate, but that may end up in a final bill. But in the end, we both have jobs to do here. And my job, and I think the committee's job, is to create the best regulatory framework in the state of Connecticut that provides the most value for the ratepayers. And this, to me, is a continuation of that process.
We look to this committee to be able to advance the discussion, and we appreciate the opportunity to submit the written testimony, which really identifies the concerns that we have. I know, Chairman, you mentioned that utilities have a guaranteed rate of return. What I would just point out is that from the company's perspective, we have an opportunity to be able to earn a rate of return that has a ceiling on it. But if we do not manage the business properly and our costs exceed that, then we do not achieve the rate of return. It's a target, but it's not a guarantee. And we appreciate the chance to be here today to respond to your questions and also those of the other committee members. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman Needleman recognizes Chairman Steinberg. Thank you. Of all the points you made today, the one I agree with most was the way you opened your testimony, enumerating 3 core objectives that we and the utilities are in agreement are critical to Connecticut's energy future. And I'm glad you emphasized those because they do represent the vast majority of the focus of this committee as we go forward. But I will submit that this committee can walk and chew gum at the same time, maybe just barely, but we can also take into account those things that relate to the past as well as the future. And I think a lot of what you see in this bill relates to the paradigm we've been in ever since we deregulated. And I think arguably some of the expenses that the utilities have heretofore been able to receive recovery should never have been there in the first place. So I not only think that it's appropriate to redress some of those inconsistencies in our regulations going backwards, but I don't see how they have any relation to performance-based. Your interaction with OCC, why is that a performance-based regulatory role for you guys? I think that there are obviously the expenses that we enumerate here are having to do with, at best, cost of doing business, but certainly not performance. If you'd like to respond to that.
I would, and thank you very much. And we appreciate the fact that this committee is very knowledgeable and very sophisticated, and you get input from all different stakeholders, which is terrific to help you make informed decisions. And our intent in the comments I offered was just to say that in light of the dire circumstances with energy supply prices, we're encouraging that we focus our efforts on those issues. But we understand the committee wants to look at these other issues. Regarding some of the questions you posed to me, the reason why I focused on the cost sections I did when I spoke to Senator Needleman is that disallows significant categories of costs without looking at our performance. And the example I gave with the Consumer Council would be, the bill says in section, I believe it's in section 17, the amount that we pay every year for the personnel and administration of the Consumer Council, for the Pura staff, and for certain employees within DEEP, we have to bear that expense, but we cannot recover that in rates. And our view is that if we're going to be focusing on performance-based regulation, there should only be disallowances if we're found to be imprudent or if we fall below certain metrics. But section 17 and other sections say, regardless of how you perform, you will pay these costs. They're state mandated. You will not recover those in rates. And so in all due respect, we ask the committee to please think about that. Is that consistent with the notion of holding us accountable, judging us based on our performance? In all due respect, we think it's inconsistent with a PBR framework.
I have to confess, I'm still not following you at all why you think those would be recoverable, but let me move on to another point. The thing that concerns me most was your comments near the end, where you talk about how one or more sections of this bill are contrary to law. Could you clarify that a little bit, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to do that. And so in Connecticut General Statute 16-19E, subsection A4, it codifies the U.S. Supreme Court standard in a 1944 decision called Hope versus FERC. And what that says is a regulated public service company would be allowed to recover its operating costs, as well as costs needed to be able to attract capital investment. We're always subject to disallowance based on prudence review, but the examples I just provided demonstrate situations where there's no evaluation of prudence, no evaluation of performance. There's simply straight out disallowances of costs. Another example of that would be when we issue notices in rate cases. That says we cannot recover that in rates. It also says if you pass this law, and we do have stakeholders who are allowed to participate in proceedings, who would be allotted up to $600,000 per case, there's no assurance of cost recovery for that expense. It also says if you pass this law and you also have us pay for the cost of certain energy assistance related organizations, we're not allowed to recover that in rates. And so that's inconsistent with the standard in 16-19E(a) subsection 4. It's also inconsistent with the US Supreme Court decisions that support that particular piece of legislation. Another example would be there's a provision in the bill that says if there's a rate proceeding, a public service company can never petition the authority to reopen it. That's inconsistent with General Statute 16-9 that says for good cause shown, a participant can ask the utility to reopen any proceeding. And so in all due respect, we'd like those provisions to be consistent. We think the better approach would be not to say there can never be no set of circumstances where a rate proceeding cannot be opened. Instead, we think the better approach is your existing statute in 16-9 that says, if we demonstrate to the regulator there is good cause, then a proceeding should be allowed to be revisited. There would be notice, there would be due process, the agency would take evidence, and they could decide to make no changes or some changes, but based on the record evidence. But that section just simply says we could never have a rate case reopened. And so those are just some examples, and I hope that's helpful in responding to your question.
Yes, thank you. And obviously anything that creates complications with existing law, not that this legislature ever does that kind of thing. It's something we need to look at very carefully. And if you have constructive suggestions for how we could both conform with law and the intent of what we're trying to accomplish, that would be very much appreciated.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Representative Cheeseman was first, followed by Meskers, followed by Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here today. I think your colloquy with Chair Steinberg answered a lot of my questions, but I will just refer to comments in your testimony that some of what appears in this proposed legislation would in fact usurp authority from the Attorney General and Office of Consumer Counsel and DEEP. And I believe Claire Coleman touched on some of that. So if you'd just like to expand on that for me, please.
I would. Thank you very much. And so the Consumer Counsel did identify concerns that her office has with limiting their ability to be able to engage in discussions and hopefully resolutions to be submitted to Pura for consideration. And so one of the concerns that we have along those lines would be that Section 4 of the bill, which talks about settlements, raises a concern we have because at the very last sentence of that section, what it says is that if parties spend a substantial amount of time trying to negotiate a settlement with an electric or gas company, and that's actually approved by the regulator, it does not foreclose the regulator from revisiting that issue in the next 4-year period. It cross-references General Statute 1619A. And so a concern we have is if all that time and effort is spent negotiating a settlement, submitting it to the authority for review and approval, and if in fact it's improved, is the intent in that last sentence to say Pura is not foreclosed from independently a year later or 2 years later now revisiting rates? Because one of the benefits of a settlement is it provides rate stability for consumers. And so that's a concern we have. The other point on settlements, which I think may be helpful, is that Pura today has the authority to accept the settlement, to reject the settlement, or to modify a settlement. And here's one example. In the 2018 Eversource electric rate case, it was docket 17-1046. Almost 1,000 interrogatories were issued in connection with the record in that docket. The settlement was filed in January 2018. When the authority looked at the settlement agreement and the record evidence, they did not accept it. In March of 2018, they issued a decision saying, we do not accept the settlement agreement. You need to go back to the table and address the concerns that we have. The parties sat down, they negotiated an amendment, they resubmitted that to the authority for review, and after a hearing and after due process, the authority found that to be acceptable. And so an important point that should not be lost is that today, the authority can take evidence on settlements, they can ask questions, they can require discovery, they can have hearings, and they can reject the settlements or they can order them to be amended. That power exists today. Another example would be when a settlement was submitted by Aquarion and the Consumer Counsel in late 2021, that was reviewed by Pura and it was rejected. And so in our view, in all due respect, the authority has the power today to be able to adequately deal with settlement agreements. In our view, there's no need to add additional provisions that would limit what the Consumer Counsel, what DEEP and other parties cannot do. I hope that's responsive to your question.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I know everyone sitting around this room, our concern is to come up with a method whereby we can best work with the interested parties and at the end of the day, protect our ratepayers, but do it in a way that is not contrary to existing statute, that does not tie the hands of our other authorities like the Attorney General and Office of Consumer Counsel. And that is in fact the purpose of being here today. So we can hear from you, so we can hear from all the parties and ideally come up with a good solution legislatively that is not going to have us going back next year and fixing it again. So I want to thank you. I want to thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to ask these questions.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Meskos.
Thank you, Chairman Needleman. I listened to the testimony today. I understand the concerns of the utility, but I repeat the comments I made previously, which is that
your primary responsibility is to represent your shareholders. My primary responsibility is to represent my constituents. I believe Pura is the appropriately vested body to serve as the regulatory guardian for my constituents. We are entering into operating contracts. We have a relationship with the utility. There is an inherent conflict. Your profits are my costs. And if those costs are not adequately adjudicated, my constituents are funding excess returns or enhanced returns to the shareholders. So the willingness to reconsider what is allowable and recoverable expenses, I think it's a worthy conversation dialogue to have. I understand that you're operating in a difficult environment, but the returns have been extraordinary. We're not sitting here with metrics that I'm comfortable with in terms of the stability of our grid, the quality of our distribution network. And I realize the cost of energy is the component that has everyone's attention, and that's not your fault or your responsibility. But the grid is yours and you own it. And I'm concerned that I don't have enough of leverage within the system without giving Pura these additional changes requested. And I guess that's where we fundamentally disagree.
Thank you very much for the feedback and the question. I appreciate that. And again, we appreciate the chance to be here today to respond to your very good questions. And we understand that you care about the costs that impact all of your constituents. You receive feedback from them. We also care about your concern with the quality of the grid and the quality of our service. We take that very seriously. We work very hard. What I would submit, though, is that we provide substantial transparency in the public proceedings we have before the authority, where we talk about issues such as grid resiliency, capital investments, and the future of the grid. And so a concern that I have about this particular bill is if, for example, Representative Meskers, your concern is with grid stability or grid improvement, it's unclear to me how this particular bill advances that goal. And we support the investments in infrastructure and we support transparency, but this is a very, very intricate bill that covers a variety of different issues. And it seems that we should allow, for example, performance-based regulation to have a chance to be implemented. Pura is working very hard in that docket, but the docket's a work in progress. We still do not have final decision on performance-based regulation that will measure utility performance as compared to certain metrics that the authority thinks are helpful to achieve all the goals that you outlined in the Take Back Our Grid Act, in terms of resiliency, in terms of customer service, in terms of reliability, and all the other metrics you identified for them to look at when they sit down and develop PBR. I hope that's responsive to your question, Representative.
It helps me a lot. Look, I appreciate your concerns, and I'm not debating the finer points, and I think we need to look at the points you're making. But understand at a fundamental basis, I'm a client or a customer, and I have no other place to go for my energy in terms of the distribution network, right? So I am locked in. The only person who can argue for me in that relationship is Pura. And I would submit that despite protests about the Attorney General, who I respect deeply, and the Consumer Council, who I respect, and Eversource, I've actually had phenomenal relationships and conversations with Eversource. There is a certain inherent conflict between my dollar and how it's cut up, between the cost of my supply and your profitability. And I enjoy and savor the discussion, and I encourage Pura to help be that fair arbiter and referee. And the argument is maybe that they're going too far. Maybe you don't like the rulings, but they are the referee in what I consider a battle over the almighty dollar.
I thank you again for the additional questions. I would say that we agree with you that Pura should be the impartial arbiter who sits as an adjudicator and reviews the evidence that's being submitted. And we also agree that there's a statutory advocate for ratepayers, which is the Office of Consumer Counsel. They take their job very seriously with a very dedicated staff who advocate on behalf of ratepayers. In addition to that, as you point out, the Office of the Attorney General and also the Pura EOE participate in these important dockets. where they advocate on behalf of ratepayers. And in addition to that, Pura does allow public comment from any member of the public in their rate cases and other proceedings. And they also allow other parties to intervene. And so we support a robust dialogue and transparency before the authority to help them have the record they need to make an informed decision. We think that process is very robust right now, and we believe that it's a reasonable process. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Senator Fazio.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. And has your firm calculated or estimated how much these proposed costs that SB 966 wishes to make non-recoverable amount to roughly a year?
I'm going to ask Mr. Horton if he has any information, he can provide that information. Thank you.
Certainly. Good afternoon. Thank you. The issue we see with the bill is that in some respects, it could be quantifiable. The target of the bill is specific and the amounts can be known. In other respects, though, it's uncertain and hard for us to tell or get our arms around exactly the extent of the consequences that would come about. For example, the lack of ability to recover costs associated with complying with Pura orders is unknown and undeterminable at this point in time, as could be the impacts of costs associated with participating in rate proceedings. As we heard from prior speakers, a rate case is an opportunity to change rates, but a lot else happens in the context of the utilities provision of service. So to the extent costs are not allowed for recovery on any proceeding before our regulator, that's going to be another very difficult, if not impossible, amount to quantify. Some of the amounts that we're talking about aren't in rates at all. Lobbying is an example, at least in the case of Eversource, perhaps for other utilities, that bill would be more impactful. We don't recover the costs of lobbying in rates today. We don't recover the costs of advertising for brand advertising in rates today. We don't recover the costs associated with appeals that would have happened in the past in rates today. We don't recover the cost of anything that Pura doesn't allow us to recover on the basis of it being a prudently incurred cost today. So I think it's a little bit of a difficult question for us to answer.
I understand that there's stipulations you'd wish to make. You do have historical data of these costs that you've incurred over a long period of time. And I imagine that as good fiduciaries, that when you saw this bill, that you did some analysis. And I understand that you're not always going to be inclined to share everything, but based on the historical data that you'd have internally, was there parameters or general estimations that you can make?
To be clear, my response was not intended to skirt the issue. As part of my job, I testify regularly before Pura and our other regulators and have nothing to hide. So to the extent I don't have the numbers in front of me, I'm happy to share them. They're all part of the public record. So going off of memory, I know that, for example, like I said, lobbying is not in rates, so that will not have any impact on rates. Advertising is not in rates, doesn't have any impact in rates. We do collect, as a result of the settlement agreement that was approved previously by Pura, there is a level of membership dues, not donations. Charitable contributions are another one not collected in rates. Dues and memberships for organizations that have been found by Pura through that approval of the settlement to be recoverable from customers for CLMP was about $1.5 million annually. Executive compensation is an area that comes up a lot. I think it's important to note that the amount that we'll see in the headlines is recoverable. We're a multi-state utility. So the portion that's allowed for recovery in rates, it's spread across all of our jurisdictions where we have electric, gas, water, 3 states in which we operate. We have federally regulated transmission cost recovery as well. So the portion that is actually in rates today for CLNP or for all of Connecticut for that matter is much smaller than what you'd see in the headline as far as executive compensation. It's about $800,000 for executive compensation that's in rates today. Not to suggest that every little bit doesn't help, it certainly does. But I think we need to be realistic about, as we started, the problem we're here to solve, the 70% of the bill that is driving up customers' costs significantly here is not being mitigated by this bill. And then aspects that Mr. Pace had spoken to much more eloquently than I have unintended consequences that we see that we're concerned could miss the mark.
So on the executive comp, it's $800,000 annually attributable to CLNP?
For our
Is
senior
your
leadership
estimate?
team. And that's because the process that plays out before Pura, as Vincent mentioned, it lends itself to that give and take. We don't get 100% of what we ask for in any regard. Executive compensation is an area that the consumer advocate is very interested in ensuring that a reasonable amount is set in rates. And so as part of our last settlement agreement, the executive compensation for our senior leadership team was reduced versus the amount that we would typically pay. It's $800,000 in rates today for CLNP.
Thank you. I'm asking these questions in part because I think it's important, to understand how much we can save for ratepayers, because that is a desire for us. Obviously, if we unreasonably impair the incentive to do investment, that would be a concern for citizens, for consumers as well. So striking an appropriate balance, I think, is in the interest of this committee. And those numbers are important to that decision-making process. So I just want to clarify why I've asked that question a couple of times now. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fazio. Rep. Foster.
Thank you for your testimony today. I think Senator Fazio began to elucidate one of the question that I have, but if I'm looking at your written testimony on page 2, the 5th paragraph and the first sentence, you wrote that the reality is that these regulatory changes, if enacted, would ensure more harm than good for customers in relation to the delivery of a safe, reliable, and resilient utility service while doing nothing to address the current sky-high market prices for energy. I'd like to ask a little bit about this because as I've read through about a third of the written testimony that's been submitted for today so far, I think a lot of ratepayers and customers and our constituents and consumers have a sort of opaque understanding of what is contributing to their bills. But as I have conversations with my constituents over and over and over again about what is contributing to their rate hikes, they don't want me to just say, well, the biggest driver is out of your control or out of Eversource's control, and so do nothing. Like the biggest part of the hike is out of ours, so don't address something that you can regulate. And I think this bill makes a earnest attempt to wrap our arms around the parts of things that are passed on to ratepayers that we as legislators can address. And so I guess what I'm curious about is, even if you make the argument that some of these changes are de minimis compared to the rate of increase in energy, if you compare those costs to what utilities were before a war between Russia and the Ukraine, would these have been de minimis? Does this have a lasting legacy to protect ratepayers beyond what is the current now climate that really makes it worth it to throw the baby out with the bathwater and say, this is irrelevant now? Because right now there's this bigger thing out of our jurisdiction, perhaps, to regulate. So don't look at that right now because of this bigger thing. And that's what I'm hearing in your testimony. And what is written here is that because this isn't the biggest thing, it's not worth our time and energy. And I disagree. And I think most of our ratepayers do as well, and constituents, because I think that they would like us to do everything in our power to address the cost.
If I may start, and it's a great question, and I completely agree with the sentiment in that we also would like to do everything in our power to address the cost concern. I think, like I said, there's a lot within this bill. Some of the elements of this bill we talked about last session in House Bill 5203, and I testified before this committee on that bill. And I said at the time, and I still continue to feel on those aspects, many of which I just talked about, they may make us feel good, but they won't really help with the current problem. So there's an area of this bill that gets to that point. And then there's an area of the bill that we see that really does create significant amount of uncertainty in terms of how rates will be set in the future, in terms of how we can collaborate with other stakeholders. And we're sitting here at a point in time where, just to your point, our customers are expecting us to have all options on the table. And I see this bill as taking certain options off the table. Our customers are expecting us to leave no stone unturned and to collaborate and to work together to solve really big problems that are outside the realm of just the EDC, but are a regional infrastructure issue that we have to work together, not just with everybody in this room, but across state lines and boundaries. And that is our concern, that this bill could have unintended consequences by trying to provide Pura with prescriptive regulation in terms of how it can set rates, coming at the cost of how a utility is able to run its business and to engage in those collaborative discussions that are really necessary to help our customers and to actually produce results for them.
I guess I would just continue to question, though, that even if this isn't the primary issue of concern with rate hikes, and even if it's not as significant as those concerns, I don't know that that makes it irrelevant to most ratepayers, because I think many people would like us to see something done as opposed to nothing. And I don't think that this is a feel-good piece of legislation, because I think some of the examples that were outlined by Chairman Gillette outlined that $1 impact in I represent a great number of constituents who do not have savings roll over from paycheck to paycheck, and $1 extra per month per action that we take under this law. So for the $1 million impact that has $1 ratepayer impact, those might not matter to your executives, but those dollars matter very significantly to my constituents who live paycheck to paycheck and who are strangled right now by inflation impacting food costs and the cost of childcare, and then utility rates that really just knocked them on their heads. And so I think that action, although not addressing the elephant in the room of the cost of natural gas increases, this is addressing something that we can grasp our arms around. And so it's interesting, a lot of times when the utilities come and testify before this committee, I feel as though it's like an attempt at equivocation, where it's like, this, you don't really understand this, here's why it's so complicated, this is what you should look at. But this testimony to me was a different strategy than I've seen in the past, which was more along the lines of, this isn't getting at the main priority, so just disregard it. And I think that's not my intention at all as a legislator. I believe really strongly that this is something that we should continue on at, even if it's de minimis compared to the cost of natural gas increases. I think that these costs still matter. And so I hope you'll be a willing partner with us in trying to figure out how we can make sure this happens. And if there are suggestions on how we can reduce rates that would be a less of a de minimis impact for you all to present to us, I hope that you share that. But in the testimonies that I've seen from you so far, I haven't seen a suggestion of a legislation that we can enact that isn't raising these concerns for opposition, that would still get us to where we're trying to get, where there is something tangible for ratepayers to feel.
And maybe I could start, and Mr. Horton can add. First of all, thank you for your feedback. And we understand all parts of the bill are important to each of you and your constituents. And we also understand your constituents are concerned about price. And we hear what you're saying very loud and clear. It was not our intent to say that any part of the bill is unimportant. Instead, it was just to help us focus. But in response to your very good questions, we're happy to collaborate and offer ideas and discussions with this committee to help you approach this issue and for your respectful consideration. The concerns we have with this bill, it's so complicated with the 26 sections. It addresses so many intricate issues. We think there are better ways to address the concerns that you're raising. We look forward to working with you to have further dialogue. Mr. Horton may want to add to that. Thank you.
No, I agree with what it said. Absolutely.
Thank you. I look forward to hearing what your suggestions are. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you guys. You know, I always enjoy hearing you both testify. And I understand both give excellent testimony every time, and I appreciate that. But please understand, we are sitting here in the face of Eversource announcing $1.404 billion worth of profit. And the public sees that. That's up from $1.220 billion in profit last year. You are public franchises. You are meant to be regulated, but meant to be regulated in multiple parts. And I've said from day one, since I got here, and even before I got here, that multi-platform, multi-jurisdictional public utilities have found a way to make a lot of money, and more than they used to make. And I'm not sure that the ratepayers necessarily see that it's better. I don't blame you, because I do believe that we created an environment in the 90s where this was allowed to happen. And I'm not sure that it actually benefited the ratepayers. So the ratepayers are our constituents, and they are continually trying to advocate to us for their interests, and everything we do, imperfect as it is. Again, going back to my earlier speech, we work, 5 months a year, 1 year, and 3 months a year the next. We try to stay as engaged as possible. We try to do the right thing. And no offense to any of the utilities here, but you do tend to hire a lot of people out of this place, be they former legislators, former, people that have worked for different administrations, former staff people. And it feels like it's an open door from this building to your building. I would argue that you're looking for the most qualified people, or you're looking very aggressively at maximizing influence, right? To maximize your return for your shareholders. I do want to say one thing about the settlement issue, because that seems to be something that you coalesce around. And we've heard it a number of times before. Nothing would want me to stand in the way of the possibility for settlements. I just think that in response to what one of my colleagues said, trying to do things that conform to the statutes. Well, we are here to amend statutes when we don't think that they meet the interests of the ratepayers or the citizens of the state of Connecticut. That's why we're legislators. We have an opportunity to look at statutes and say, maybe this is good today, maybe it's not good today, we should consider changing it. So no one is saying get rid of settlements. It's just how many times do you do that without a thorough review of the operations of a regulated franchise entity that, again, to say it one more time, acts as a monopoly in the territory that they operate. So you guys have the ability to bring a ton of horsepower to every situation. And we'll argue, frankly, even when you're wrong, that you're right. And I get that. I've been accused of that myself. So I would just say, understand the position that we're in. And I understand the position that you're in trying to make sure that you focus on your company, because you're a publicly traded shareholder-based entity. We're elected officials looking to protect the ratepayers of the state of Connecticut and make sure that they get the best value for their money. And we both have an understanding of how deep the problems are that are facing us and how much difficulty we're going to all be facing over the next decade moving to a new grid. We want to help facilitate that. We want you to be healthy enough to do that. As I've tried to explain, there is nothing personal in this. There's nobody in this group that I don't like as a human being. We want to make sure that this works for the ratepayers and the company, but our primary job is to make sure that it works for the ratepayers and it doesn't feel to them like this has been working for them. So, and
Thank you, Chairman. And I would just say we're very pleased to hear your very constructive and helpful feedback. We appreciate the chance to be here and have a dialogue. You did raise the issue of settlements, and I would just say we're pleased to hear the committee say that you're not trying to eliminate settlements, because as other speakers have said, settlements can add value. And I would just say the most recent settlement, which was 2021, that froze the distribution rate. It allowed for some restructuring of the company that otherwise could not have been achieved in an ordinary rate setting process. It brought in a new president for CLMP. It added 3 members to our board of directors. It required enhanced partnerships with community colleges for job training and many other benefits. And I think that illustrates settlements do add value. And thank you for confirming the intent is not to eliminate settlements.
And if I may just briefly on earnings, I do just want to go back to that and similar to the point that I made in speaking about executive compensation. I know it's a big number. I think it's important that we put it into context for your constituents and for our customers. need to keep in mind that the earnings represent the sum total of the multiple jurisdictions in which we operate, regulated and unregulated businesses, 3 states, federal as well. But it's also important to keep in mind that that is a result of the significant level of investment that's been made in the jurisdictions that we operate, over 24 billion with a B dollars of investment that's going to be recovered over an extended period of time. And also to point out that of that earnings, again, and I realize we're talking about a lot of money, 40% of it on average is reinvested back into the systems that we operate. So that reinvestment is necessary in order to serve our customers well, to provide safe and reliable service for our employees and for our customers. And so it all needs to be put into context as it relates to Connecticut and our distribution operations. There are tools that Pura has implemented and that are in place that would protect to ensure that recovery or that return is reasonable in light of the amount of investment that's been made. And we're not shying away from improvements or modifications. I know it's not personal, and I know you don't mean it as personal. It's hard to take it as not personal, because although, yes, we're a regulated utility, we have investors. We also, as a regulated utility, have a public service obligation that we take very seriously. And if we were only out for our shareholders, things would look very different. That's just not the case. But I understand that's the sentiment among some that we're trying to change that perception, if not the reality. So thank you.
And it's always going to be an uphill battle. And just to go back to your numbers for a minute, I'm looking, at the Eversource press release today. You pay about 25% in taxes, which is probably the right number for a utility in your market. You have a lot of interest. You have big investments into capital, and there's probably 35 or 40% left to go to management and shareholder return. There's a universe in which I came from when shareholder value in publicly traded utilities sort of appreciated. Am I hitting something? Sort of appreciated based on inflation, and they guaranteed a pretty decent dividend. It was like my grandmother owned shares in the local telephone company. Utilities lately have exceeded those levels of return on investment to their shareholders. And it's not surprising that, and I'm not asking you to defend a system or not defend a system, but it's not surprising that the ratepayers, regardless of the size of this piece of business that is actually something that we can control, it's not surprising that they don't feel that they're getting a good, a good value or a good sense of who's the priority. Or is it them? None of us operate businesses that are government franchises that allow you to operate exclusively, that's guarantee. I understand you can take exception to the guarantee, but have built-in constitutional or Supreme Court precedent on rates of return on equity. And if I operated in that system, I would be basing my performance based on that. And trying to figure out how to make the system work to my advantage. That kind of runs counter necessarily to the interests of the ratepayers. So we're here, and the regulators are here to figure out a way to create balance in that equation. And that's all it is. I understand that a few $1 million here and a few $1 million there, such as they are not going to enormously impact anyone's bill. But it doesn't mean we shouldn't fight for it and try to be fair to the company and try to be fair to the ratepayers and not be tone deaf about it. Because, I have been, as I said before, accused of being a utility apologist, which I think you guys know is not the case. But I'm also somebody who wants to be fair. And I made Vincent smile. That just made my day. I'm going to shut up at this point and take a win. Anyway, thank you guys. And there's a lot more work to be done. I'm looking for guardrails on settlements, not to eliminate settlements. I just think that we need to have some guardrails in place for some of these things, even investments into, organizations and chambers of commerce, which you guys do a lot of work in. It's goodwill. I get it. It's just one of the guardrails, and I'll always believe that you should do that anyway as a company with a sense of responsibility. So you guys are great. Good seeing you. Thank you. Up next is Avangrid. They always are second. You guys got to sign up first so we can beat you up first. So Keena Hagen, General Counsel, is you doing this on your own? Oh, God. All right. Good luck. Nice to see you, Keena.
Is this mic on? It is. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Kenna Hagen. I am Vice President, General Counsel, and Corporate Secretary of United Illuminating, the Southern Connecticut Gas Company, Connecticut Natural Gas, the utilities here in Connecticut, all of which are subsidiaries of Avangrid, Inc. And I'll refer to us collectively as Avangrid today. So thank you, chairs, members of the committee, for hosting this today. Obviously, I'm here to speak about Raise Bill 966. And I think what I'll start with is the bill is well-intentioned, but it's misguided. And the key energy issues facing customers today are some of what we've already talked about, but it's high energy costs and price volatility, lack of transparency to the rates and profits of out-of-state generators, a broken energy and capacity market, and lack of a defined plan of how the state will achieve its clean energy goals by 2040 and 2050. Senate Bill 966 does not address these problems. Instead, it includes more utility regulation and adds unnecessary cost, which just make it harder to do business in Connecticut. So as with any new proposed law, I think it's good for us to ask ourselves, especially in the energy area, is what's the benefit to customers? Avangrid is dedicated to working in partnership with you, our legislatures, our elected officials. However, we would prefer to focus on solutions to key energy problems instead of adding regulations that distract from the real issues. You may hear testimony or have heard testimony today that, of course, utilities are going to be opposed to this. They skirt regulation. And I just wanted to be clear that Avangrid welcomes healthy, robust regulatory environment because we know that transparency, accountability, and collaboration all work to benefit our customers. And that's just not something smooth that I want to say or to placate it. It's something I've lived through, I believe in, and experienced just in my energy career. So we want you, and we heard Representative Foster, we heard you say, we need to do something, right? You need to represent your constituents. And by all means, we want you to do that. We want to be alongside you to develop those solutions to help achieve those goals. Good law and good regulation of utilities and generation produce efficiencies, transparency, and lower costs. But bad law and overregulation is damaging and costly, and it results in unintended consequences. So instead of allowing utilities to focus resources on innovation and modernization, we need to decarbonize the grid and to get to where the state's goals are in 2040 and 2050. You're often, forced to have resources focus on checking the box to avoid penalties. So again, what is in the best interest of customers, I think, is a core question. So in conclusion, I'll just say, if you're here, I think all of us want to address the primary concern of high energy bills, right? That's what customers are saying. We need a break. We need some help and some relief. But more utility regulation isn't the answer to reduce those energy costs. In my opinion, the best outcomes for customers arrive when key stakeholders come together to implement necessary changes. And it's hard work. I mean, for me, it's Valentine's Day. The best Valentine's Day present would be for the ISO, state commissioners, transmission owners, utilities, state regulators, coming together, environmental advocates, and sitting at the table to say, what can we do about these high costs? What are solutions? So I want to focus on impactful, long-lasting solutions. And I think that's the intent that you have here. And I'll close my comments there and take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenna. Sorry for saying Kina. Somebody said that every time I say P, it pops. So I'm going to try not to say P. It's not popping. So, oh well. I have a quick question, which I asked the other folks before. Because it came up, the money that comes through ratepayers that actually funds the operation of OCC, part of Deep and part of Pura, or maybe most of Pura. Is that recoverable money?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
So I'll defer. I think Eversource did answer that, and yeah, something I can follow up on if you need.
Okay, yeah, I just want to verify that at some point with the other folks that are here. In a lot of cases, what we're really talking about is recoverability. And recoverability as defined in the utility universe is recoverable with a margin. And I think a lot of what we're talking about in this bill is what should and shouldn't be recoverable with a margin. Doesn't mean that the company shouldn't do those things. And, you know, I get that overregulation is bad. I mean, I believe that. And it's odd coming from a Democrat, but I really do believe that because I know I live my business in a very regulated environment. We're regulated by the Food and Drug Administration. So sometimes they overregulate, sometimes they don't quite regulate enough, and that impacts public safety. So as I said before, the question of regulation is one of too hot, too cold, just right. How do we get it right? Is it a moving target? Is today's regulatory framework adequate for tomorrow, or is yesterday's regulatory framework adequate for today? I understand if I sat in your position, I wouldn't want any more regulation. I probably want to get rid of most of the regulation that exists. So we're just trying to find the right balance here. And I again want to emphasize there's nothing personal about this. And next time I'm going to make sure you guys go first so they don't have to take the heat as much. So anyway, Chair Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in fact, this going second part is really the comment I'd like to make. Given the nature and the tone of the response that you just heard from the other utility when they put forward an argument that we should be looking elsewhere and not worrying about this, I have to note your bravery in taking the exact same tack in suggesting that we really should be focused elsewhere. I'm going to give you one opportunity perhaps to offer us any constructive advice about a bill that we're very serious about and intend to move forward on. Is there something you might offer us that would make the bill we're considering better rather than simply dismissing it?
Sure. So first I'll refer you to our testimony where we did file detailed comments on each section. And so there's information there. I think second, I will say, you know, I'm a very foundational person, and I think regulation benefits from a strong foundation. And when I look at where we are in Connecticut, again, with the issues we're facing, it's not meant to say you're looking in the wrong direction. And I don't think that was the intent of Eversource either. But it's saying, how do we think critically about what that foundation needs to look like so that we can build upon it? And I think Senator Needleman has alluded to this, like we've kind of been running since the end of the 1990s, since deregulation was put in place, trying to Band-Aid fixes. And those Band-Aids just mean, I'm going to fix this thing over here, and I'm going to fix this thing over here. And where we've come to now in 2023 is decades of Band-Aids. So how do you peel those back and say, what's the foundation to which a regulatory framework should be built? How do we ensure that Pura is vested with the authority necessary to regulate the monopoly of the utilities, but still ensure that balance that utilities earn and establish just and reasonable rates to attract capital to continue to make investments for customers? And I can't remember the gentleman's name who appears on the TV. You know, he keeps framing it in, well, the utilities job, your only interest is for shareholders, and I'll disagree. Utilities are focused, I would say, on 3 areas: customers, our employees, and shareholders. And if we are serving customers, we have the obligation to serve under franchise agreements to make sure they get safe, reliable service. We are obligated to ensure our employees who are in the field come home alive every day to their families. So safety in the field and in the office. And if those things come together, revenues for our shareholders to a level that again attracts capital necessary to make the investments to serve customers. So it's a full circle. So I just wanted to make that point just because it's been made a couple times.
I think all of us would expect no less of any company that has great respect and regard for its employees. You can understand how we are always going to be concerned about the tension between meeting the needs of shareholders, employees, because it's our responsibility to represent the shareholders, the stakeholders, the ratepayers in all of this. So that's why the direction of the questions are always going to be emphasizing that piece, and we'll leave you to manage the other 2 up to a certain point. I guess the point I'd like to make is there will be any number of other bills before this legislature and this committee this session, which will address the other issues that we agree deserve to be highlighted, dealing with ratepayer costs, dealing with issues about the future of the grid. And I also agree that where we stand today is the accretion of, as you put it, Band-Aids that we've put over kind of a hybridized regulatory environment for a period of decades. And it's actually a little bit surprising it's taken us so long to get to the point where perhaps they're tired with that approach. I think one of the conversations we're having as a committee is whether or not we favor an evolutionary approach whereby we continue to make adjustments to this framework, or whether it is something more evolutionary, which many have called for, a total rethinking of our regulatory framework. I will suggest perhaps that you may not like that any better than the regulatory discussion that we're having right now, but it is on the table and it may not get resolved this year. And unless we can count on the utilities as partners to bring about the changes we need, there'll be a lot more momentum for an evolutionary change, which may upset the entire apple cart of under which the utilities have operated now for decades. So I would suggest it's in the utilities' interest to be as constructive as possible with regard to this regulatory legislation, such that we end up in that place versus someplace with a lot of unknowns.
You bet. And I think from our position, we definitely want to be at the table. I think same with our partner Eversource. And I would just encourage that, you know, we of course need to focus on Connecticut, but I think it's broader than that to the whole area of New England, right? We have a common system operator, and decisions and policies and market conditions that are there influence obviously the whole energy market, dispatch of energy, dispatch of generation for deliver of energy, utilization of transmission that crosses state lines, you know, as well as the challenge of Swiss cheese framework of state policy that, you know, isn't consistent from state to state, New Hampshire to Vermont to Connecticut to Maine. So I just encourage as we work through that we're not too myopic and just looking about Connecticut, but we're thinking regionally for New England as a whole.
Thank you. You'll excuse us if we're kind of myopic about Connecticut. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Foster.
Thank you for your testimony before us today. And also thank you for your incredibly detailed written testimony that you've submitted. As you can imagine, that I think many of us have only gotten a fraction of the way through in the time since we've received it. I'm about 10 pages into 42, which I think is pretty good. So at the beginning of section 2, on page 5, you share that you believe that this section is going to discourage your access to your full rights at participating in a hearing because of the shift of the cost from ratepayers to shareholders. And so I'm curious about how shifting who's paying for it is going to discourage your participation. And the reason why I ask this is one of the things we've heard over and over again from Pura is that there's a really homogenous blend of people who testify before them. And we're not getting diverse representation from the people who are the most adversely impacted by rate proceeding that would deleteriously impact our constituents. And so as I read this, I think, well, like, what about my 80-year-old neighbor who's on a fixed income, whose medication costs are volatile, who is crippled by grocery costs right now, who have gone right up? How is she supposed to gather up if you can't, amongst your shareholders, bolster what you need for this when it's your income on the line? How are we going to possibly expect our constituents to be able to do the same? And I do really believe that oftentimes when you folks are before Pura, those interests are not always best representing those of our ratepayers. And so their perspectives being represented are important. And so if they're paying for your testimony, your attorney fees before your expert witnesses, as they're before Pura, like, how could we possibly be expecting them to take a day off from work, prepare their testimony, go before Pura, which is probably a tremendously intimidating experience for someone who doesn't have legal training, and be prepared to advocate for what they need? I mean, I have industry groups who testify before Pura without legal counsel on their staff, who still spend tremendous amounts of time and staff resources preparing to appear before a proceeding. And so for the average consumer, how do they have a chance if you're saying you can't do it if you all have to foot the bill instead of our ratepayers?
So I might have lost the question in there, but maybe I'll just provide some comments. I think you're getting to how do we maybe get broader participation in rate cases or in the process? Is that your?
No,
Can you
I-
restate your question?
Yeah, so I want to know why you think that your ability to participate in Pura proceedings is going to be negatively impacted by Section 2 when it's exactly what we expect of everyone else.
In terms of the funding though? Okay. I think we've had several discussions about this, participant funding or, who should pay for what costs. I think that there are examples of this in other states, and that was mentioned. I think Chair Gillette mentioned maybe it was drafted after New York. I will say, Governor Hochul did veto that bill back in December of 22, finding that it wasn't in the best interest to proceed. However, New York does have processes under their rate case filing under what they call Article 7 and Article 10, Article 7 being electric and 10 gas, that does in the filing fee made utilities fund intervener costs. Those costs though are recovered through rates. And you'll see similarly in Maine just recently, I think either passed or it's proposed pending right now, similar participant funding and information, but they broke it out into 3 areas, indicating that, if it's a commissioner, if it's a commission-led activity, utilities pay for it, but you recover through rates. If it's a more cooperative type, they get funding from a state regulatory fund, et cetera. So they've broken it out. I'll echo, I think, what Eversource articulated well is that for utilities, our only opportunity to come and adjust rates is to come before Pura and say we need to make a rate increase or a change needs to be made. Those are prudently incurred costs, and definitely stakeholder participation is important in those. But if we're required to fund those without compensation, it's a taking. And that's where you come back to some just basic legal principles of, again, how do you ensure that level of stakeholder participation is at the level necessary to bring all the ideas and to come to resolution, on the rate cases before you. But yeah, maybe I'll just pause there.
I guess I'll just say, and this doesn't need to be a question. You pose in your written testimony, and we could follow up offline or written if that's easier, that this would negatively impact your ability to participate in your proceedings before Pura, which is your right, which is true. It's also the right of our constituents to engage before Pura if that's what they choose to do. I guess I don't understand how changing who pays for it from the ratepayers, our constituents, to your shareholders negatively impacts your ability to engage with Pura. My argument is that I don't think it does. It negatively impacts your profits, but not necessarily your ability to engage if the money still exists from a different source. And my argument for this provision is that we have a problem where our constituents feel like they are being pushed forward to continue to pay higher and higher rates, and they have no ability to intervene or intercede, and they're paying for your proceedings before them when that ask is made to increase. And maybe I'm wrong on this, but I'm pretty certain you're not ever asking to lower our rates. And so I think that this is, prudent to say that this is not in the best interests of the ratepayers to be socialized this cost. But I'd be happy to talk about it offline. Maybe Eversource has perspective on this too, but I'd be interested to hear more.
I think I understand your question now, and I'm sorry it took me a while to get there. So you're specifically relating to like us it's recovery of costs of attorneys, fees, consultants, et cetera, that those shouldn't be recovered through costs. And we're saying that hinders our ability to participate. I think meaning if we aren't able to hire the right, experts, consultants, et cetera, to go through this complicated process, how that's funded. Today, those are prudently incurred costs, standard through most states, including at FERC for transmission rates, that you get to recover those costs through rates because it's part of the normal rate making process. I think it hinders our participation because you have to think about, and maybe I'll just go back to the cost component of the alternative would be, and I think this was mentioned earlier, that, we have internal employees. Well, rate cases are lumpy, right? They only come once every 3, 4, 5, however many years, right? Only unless it's significant that you're under earning. And those are decisions utilities take under great consideration. There's a lot of analysis done to say, are we going to proceed with the significant process, right? If you were to staff every employee and consultant and expert you needed in-house all the time, you would carry those costs through rates when you didn't maybe necessarily need them. So if you think about what is needed for the utility on a day-to-day basis, rate case comes, okay, it is significant. You need depreciation studies, you need return on equity and capital structure investment. Those are experts that you bring in particularly to establish the just and reasonableness of the rates and help and aid in the testimony for Pura and everyone to make that determination. And so to me, it makes sense that you go through those processes and address them at that time, as opposed to carrying those costs on an ongoing basis.
I'll make this my last comment because I know we have many other things to do, but it's in your testimony, you say that there's 10 to 15 proceedings per year, which I think is a little bit contradictory to that's a significant amount of in-house necessary to maintain that amount. But my point is that perhaps if you're saying it would inhibit your ability to have the right folks and the right staff, if your shareholders were paying for it, as opposed to the ratepayers, perhaps that means when it's on the ratepayers' back, you're not being as fiscally conservative as you would be if it was being paid for by the shareholders. And that's my takeaway from this testimony right now, is there was a way to be more fiscally prudent that you would choose. And maybe you wouldn't like the outcomes as much, but if depending on who's footing the bill, you might choose to staff it differently. And so that raises concerns for me.
Who's comment? Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you. Thank you so much, Ken. I appreciate it. Just going back to one of your comments, it's at times, and I know what you said about employees, ratepayers, shareholders. And in the world of how corporations operate, I would like to think that that was the way it is, right? I think there's been a lot of discussion about this pyramid being inverted, that it's shareholders and then management and then everyone below it. And the laws and the tax laws are designed to provide a lot of benefit to those two top groups. And the other groups, the employees and the customers, are less impacted by the largesse of the entities. And in a normal business world, if you treated your customers that way, and I'm not suggesting that either company consciously does this, but in a normal business environment, if that's what you did with your customers, you would lose your customers, right? In this model, you have a franchise. You're given a license to provide a service without any competition, you know. So I think it's a different model, and wanting to rely on the goodwill and good intentions of the corporations that provide these services with no little or a lot of regulation would be a total act of faith that would not satisfy the interests of the ratepayers and the residents of Connecticut. So I think that we're always trying to find that balance. Not trying to hurt anybody. We want you guys to be healthy. We want to get the best value, the best service for the money. You know, it's not an easy task. It's not easy for you guys. It's certainly not easy for us. It's not easy for Pura and Deep to figure out how to split this hair. So please understand that I live in the land of wishful thinking, but I'm a very pragmatic person. And at times, looking at the way this has evolved, it doesn't really feel necessarily like employees and customers are the priority, right? So that's why we're here. Thank you.
Yeah, and maybe I'll just comment. I mean, I 100% agree with you. I think regulations and the regulatory framework does need to be in place. And, you know, if you're not able to see that part of the utility, we need to do a better job of communicating it. Because I will say, I mean, I've been in this industry for 17 years, and from my experience and the leaders from our CEO down, is these are priorities we talk about every day. The seriousness of making sure that our employees get to come home safely to their families in the risky jobs that they do, whether that be in gas or electric, is real. And I've known people who haven't come home, and it's hard. And so if we aren't, you know, focusing enough on that, and again, the focus on our customers through communication and the services we provide, and all the efforts and training, and from the call center to everything, I mean, we need to do a better job to communicate that. But it is something that we take seriously. And for me, whether you take my word or not, it's something I believe in. And that balance is part of what we focus on in our goals and objectives and achieve every day.
I would never question anybody's sincerity. And I want to be 100% clear about this, because this has come up before. The people on the ground that work for public utilities, the line people, the folks that actually go damage assess, that do all that hard work, they are not the issue. It is purely an issue of how management of corporation focuses its efforts. And so this is not about the call center people. It's not about the line people. It's, you know, there's a point at which the system is set up to provide tremendous rewards for a very small number of people. And that's what capitalism has become. Like it or not, that's what it is. So I'm going to leave it at that. I don't want to go on much longer. It is Valentine's Day. We still have 6 people. I'm in the doghouse already. My phone keeps telling me that. And thank you so much for coming. Gannon Long from Operation Fuel.
Good afternoon, co-chairs Needleman and Steinberg, Vice Chair Foster, and the ranking members Fazio and Buckby. My name is Gannon Long. I'm the Policy and Public Affairs Director at Operation Fuel, and I'm here to discuss our support for Raise Bill 966, as well as Senate Bill 7, the final version. We thank you for the opportunity to present today. We did submit written testimony. It's a little bit long, not as long as the bill itself, so hopefully you'll have a chance to look through that. And there's a number of links and citations there that kind of go through our experience at Pura, as well as this legislature, and what our customers experience with Connecticut's incredibly high electric rates, even before the supply increases that just took place. I think broadly, we just want to say you are doing the right thing with this bill. You guys have worked hard at it. I know Chair Gillette and her team have worked hard educating legislators, talking about these issues at Pura in the public. They've done dozens of 101s across the state. It's hard. You've heard some of the resistance. You'll hear more of it. And I just want to encourage you to stay strong and to keep pushing, keep asking questions, and keep making these improvements. They will make people uncomfortable. And sometimes that's what we need to do, because right now, residents of this state are incredibly uncomfortable. People are struggling with the cost of basic needs every day. I want to just share with you for a moment that a human aspect of this, and we absolutely associate ourselves with the comments of a lot of folks who have testified here, Nature Conservancy, Save the Sound, and others, Conservation Law Foundation. So today is Valentine's Day, and last night, I hope many of the ladies here have gotten to celebrate Galentine's Day, which I was out to dinner at. Thank you, Rep. Foster. So somebody asked me, what are you doing tomorrow? And it's like, I think they meant, are you going on a date for Valentine's Day? And of course, the first thing that came to my mind was that I will be testifying in person at the legislature about utility regulation with all of you wonderful folks today. Not actually the worst Valentine's Day I've had. But I just bring this up because, somebody said, I said, well, I'm going to be talking about utility regulation at the legislature. And somebody like 2 seats down is like, utility regulation, have you seen your Eversource bill? And all of a sudden, utility regulation, I work in the space. It's not usually a good topic at a party or a social event, but it was all people could talk about. And I think the most important people that this is going to affect, they have never heard of Pura. They do not know who to contact when they think they're getting charged unjustly for, certain fees in their bill. They don't know how to resolve that quickly because they just know how to reach out to the company, and that company's not always going to be able to help them. The Galentines I was with last night confirmed what Operation Fuel hears from our clients every day, and that is that people want not just handouts, they want affordability. So I applaud the committee and the leadership for advocating and including so many different sections that focus on how to reduce our rates in the near term as ratepayers. A few sections I think are particularly important. 4 and 14 have been discussed a bit today regarding settlements and appeals. Operation Fuel has some experience in that space. Section 9, we recommended a few edits of language or a couple of questions about that, although we do also support that section. Section 19, I think, is incredibly important. This would, ratepayers right now support the cost of utilities to advocate at Pura to increase our rates. We are paying them to make our electricity costs more expensive. The longer these proceedings take, the more lawyers they hire, the more experts the more interrogatories they issue or answer. All of these things make the Pura dockets more complex, more intimidating for regular people to participate in. And I think Rep. Foster's questions really speak well to that issue with the previous testifier. I guess overall, and I'll be glad to talk more about any of those sections if folks have questions, but overall, the bill takes several important steps to improve transparency for how our electricity markets work. With executive compensation, the point is not the actual amount of executive compensation. The point is to change executive behavior, which is what drives company incentives all the way down to the customer service level. The bill would remove hidden costs in our electric bills that benefit shareholders, but are not what ratepayers need. And it would incentivize more participation from the public in Pura dockets. We are all impacted by these decisions, and we should not all be subsidizing a very heavily subsidized investor-owned record profit-making industry at the expense of everyone else. I'll just reiterate this. People do not want to get behind on their bills and apply to strangers through confusing processes to get help. They want to be able to afford their bills in the first place. And I think this bill in a lot of ways really gets at a lot of those challenges. So I thank the committee for your leadership, as well as Commissioner Coleman. I know at OCC is working really hard as the ratepayer advocate at Pura, and we think she needs the support of other advocates as well, who can take some of the pressure off of OCC and present different experiences, given the limit of the state's resources. Also just want to thank the work of Chair Gillette and her team at Pura, who have really outlined through, again, I highlight some cases in my testimony, but they've really highlighted why some of these changes are necessary. And I think the response from the utility companies also demonstrates the same. So I'll leave it there. I would welcome your questions, and thank you so much for the opportunity to talk today.
Thank you, Gannon. And I really don't think anybody could have said it any better. You face people all day long that are dealing with basic need shortages. And I think that in and of itself is a very difficult task. So thank you for everything you do. I have two very quick questions, kind of off topic, maybe a bit. One is, are we at the point now where people who need the help, especially in the fuel area that you're dealing with daily, are you feeling that that the process by which they can ask for help serves their needs and is not overly complicated?
I think, thank you for the question, Senator. I think we are definitely making progress in that regard. And I think part of that has been driven by the equitable modern grid dockets. The first reopen was about energy affordability and focused a lot of attention on what does that process look like. And what the authority found, in 2020 was that it was way too burdensome for people. They had to make 2 appointments in person. They had to wait an extended period of time because of bank transfer windows. They could do everything right and still miss a payment that would result in a shutoff. And so since then, I think the first step of investigation is showing how it works for people, making it easier. And I'm talking about the folks may not understand what I'm talking about, the difference of the state energy assistance through Department of Social Services. And that's what's called the Connecticut Energy Assistance Program. That's available to residents up to 60% of the state median income and is the majority of energy assistance that's available in the state. So because that funding comes from the federal government, it has to be approved, and a specific plan has to be approved by this body. There's a lot of different aspects to it. I think they have begun putting the application process online. They've eliminated the assets barrier or assets test that people went through. So there's definitely some changes. I think at the same time, you're going to need some more administrative support and investment to make sure that people who are doing that work have the support that they need. With Operation Fuel, thanks to the Take Back Our Grid Act and a support that we've received, we've got a huge boost of generosity from our donors since the pandemic. Our finances are pretty stable at Operation Fuel, and sometimes they change because we get an award or we get an unpredicted amount allocated to us. But for the most part, and we have an online application system, we have fuel banks around the state to help people in person. So I think as far as the administrative burden people face trying to get help, I think, I'm the type that I'll never be satisfied that it's easy enough. I think, the majority of people are not putting themselves through that process to do any type of fraud or theft. They're doing it because they really need the help. And I think the more ways that we can simplify that process, as well as support people who are doing the work on the ground, that's really where we should be focused.
Thank you, Gannon. And I want to talk to you a little bit more offline about it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Does anybody else have any questions or comments? Thank you. Betsy Gara, Connecticut Waterworks.
Thank you, Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, Senator Fazio, members of the committee. My name is Elizabeth Guerin. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Waterworks Association, which represents municipal, regional, and private water companies serving residents throughout Connecticut. We have concerns about Senate Bill 966, as you know. I think you've heard this from earlier speakers, that Connecticut's water utilities are fully committed to providing residents and businesses with safe, high-quality drinking water supplies at a reasonable costs. I want to touch on a little bit the enormous challenges that utilities are going to be facing in the immediate future, as well as over the next several years. We are required under state and federal law to begin to inventory and replace lead service lines. This is going to involve significant amount of community outreach, boots on the ground, going into homes to determine whether or not they still have lead service lines and other components. We're also faced with upgrading dams and modifying dams to make mandated stream flow releases to support the aquatic ecosystems in the rivers and streams. We're also required to test and treat public water supplies to address PFAS and other emerging contaminants. All of these issues are highly capital intensive. They come on top of the need to continue to engage in replacing aging infrastructure. And at the same time, water consumption and revenues are declining. So this is putting a lot of pressure on our water utilities and making it increasingly difficult to meet these obligations. So given the significant costs associated with addressing these obligations, we want to make sure that water utilities can rely on a rate structure that provides predictable, sustainable revenues. And that is something that is absolutely critical. Water utilities are highly capital intensive, more so than other public utility sectors. And we rely on long-term capital plans to manage infrastructure replacement costs and to meet these other requirements under state and federal law. And we're very committed to doing this without overburdening our customers. And so we do strive to ensure that rates are very affordable. I referenced in my testimony a study that has been done by Ty and Bond, a consulting firm, which indicates that in 2019, the median annual cost for getting water to your house, clean, probably the best water in the country, I have to say that, was $549. And so again, we're very committed to keeping rates affordable. We are also concerned that the bill imposes some unnecessary regulatory hurdles on water utilities that may end up undermining our ability to move forward with these long-term capital plans and the operating costs necessary to achieve compliance with these very far-reaching, very important state and federal requirements. I also want to just clarify, I know there was some testimony from Hazardville Water Company earlier. There are provisions in the bill that do apply to smaller investor-owned water utilities, such as the extension of the rate, the determination in a rate case to 350 days. There's also other provisions. So we are concerned about that. And I think that it does have a unique impact on the smaller utility. And so we need to consider that. In addition, in section 25, there is a provision that currently talks about expanding operations, Pura's operations to apply to all electric, gas, and water companies. And it's our understanding that that's not the intention, but we're concerned that as drafted, it's not limited to investor-owned utilities, but may in fact capture some of those municipal water companies and regional water companies in Connecticut. But we are, as I indicated, we have concerns about the bill. We are happy to have conversations with lawmakers, with Pura, with OCC and others to ensure that we can move forward with a regulatory rate-making structure that fairly balances the needs of our customers and ratepayers. So thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. You know, we've had conversations fairly recently about sometimes how the water companies get wrapped in with legislation that's really targeting other utilities. I think in this instance, it's our goal that all utilities pursue the objectives of transparency and accountability that we owe ratepayers regardless of the of what we are offering them. So we appreciate your acknowledging that some of these things might apply to water companies, but I'm particularly taken with your point that unlike our major utilities, we have a lot of smaller water companies within the state. We may have a number of small electric municipal utilities, but we have a lot more small water companies. So your understanding of what their capabilities are, what their resources are, is very important for us to get this right. And we appreciate input you can give us to make sure that we offer them the right guardrails and incentives without necessarily pushing them over the edge. And that's a fine point that we're going to need to work on. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony and for your patience waiting for this advanced hour. We now have Bonnie Rosewag from the Center for Children Advocacy.
Good afternoon, Senator Representative Steinberg, members of the committee, and thank you for continuing this day and listening to this important topic. Thank you for raising Senate Bill 7 and Senate Bill 966. We certainly support the effort. My name is Bonnie Rosewig. I'm one of the little guys that Senator Needleman mentioned before. And where I come to this work as the director of the Disability Rights Project of the Center for Children's Advocacy. My normal daily responsibilities revolve around addressing the legal needs of families in partnerships with our state's Husky providers. However, working to assist families with access to healthcare, safe and secure housing, adequate education, keeping the lights on and the home warm are a continuing challenge for Connecticut families. Lack of access to utilities can be devastating for a family. And as Senator Needleman asked, it is still incredibly complex to connect struggling families, and not only very poor families, but moderate income families as well, with existing programs and protections. Commissioner Gillette and her staff have worked very hard to ensure that these programs exist, but it continues to be an incredible struggle. The energy issues that confront Connecticut are broad and complex. However, it is critical to note that the issues of low income and moderate income Connecticut residents and the interplay of these issues with current or future energy policies must be part of any energy conversation. However, there is a striking disparity between the resources of the public service companies and all other stakeholders as they advocate at Pura and Deep. When the companies put forth initiatives, argue for policy, attempt rate increases, develop materials, etc., their endeavors are staffed by numerous company departments and supported by outside experts, all of which are paid for by ratepayers. Positions and initiatives of company stakeholders are critically important as well. However, a small nonprofit cannot begin to match the resources of the companies. Pura, Deep, and OCC are clearly committed to the entire ratepayer community. However, their statutory and regulatory obligations do not cover all areas. Enormous time and effort has been and must continue to be invested in articulating the complex issues of financially and medically vulnerable populations and how these issues interplay with existing and proposed policies and programs. However, energy efficiency efforts, so central to Connecticut's future, must be examined in light of their unavailability to all Connecticut residents. Moreover, and of critical importance, we need to be examining data that has revealed that termination of service has a disparate impact on Connecticut communities of color. This bill works towards leveling the playing field on behalf of all Connecticut ratepayers, providing nonprofits with the opportunity to apply for financial resources to address the myriad of complex issues raised in ongoing dockets will provide more equal footing so that all Connecticut voices can be heard. Thank you so much. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Bonnie. For a moment, when I saw you on the list, I thought I was back chairing the Public Health Committee.
The interplay of public health and utilities is significant, and I can't begin to say that more. There have been numerous studies that talk about the impact of no utilities on hospitalizations, lower health ratings, burns. I mean, it is so central to all parts of Connecticut health and well-being.
Well, I'm just appreciative you didn't bring up VAO at any point during the conversation.
My pleasure.
I will advise you that there are at least one, if not more than one bill that seeks to address some of the issues we have with service termination or disruption and hardship. And I welcome you to testify on those bills when they come before the committee.
Thank you. I certainly plan to.
Are there any questions or comments? I don't see any. Thank you for your, no, you raised your hand, Representative Cheeseman. You're not allowed to adjust your cuff. Thank you, Bonnie.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Next up, Nancy Bowden from the Clean Energy and Environment Committee. I don't see Nancy on the Zoom unless I'm missing something. She's supposed to be in person. Okay, maybe she's in the powder room. We'll move on, and if she comes back, we'll deal with her then. Next is Donald Morrissey from Aquarian.
Well, good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and committee members. My name is Don Morrissey. I'm the president of Aquarian Water Company. Thank you for providing me this opportunity to appear before you today. Aquarian submitted detailed written comments on the bill earlier. I'll therefore limit my comments to a high-level discussion of the bill. Aquarian opposes SB 966 for the following 3 reasons. First, we have a proven track record of providing safe and reliable water service at a reasonable rates. Our customers value the high quality service we provide, as evidenced by a 2022 survey in which 94% of our customers reported that they're satisfied or extremely satisfied with our service. Our rates are also very reasonable. On average, a typical residential customer currently pays approximately $51 a month or $1.70 per day to meet all of their household needs. Based on these facts, it's very difficult for us to understand why this bill now seeks to dramatically change Connecticut's existing framework for regulating water companies. The existing well-established framework is a critical component of our ability to deliver these good results for our customers. Second, for decades, regulated water companies in our state have collaborated with OCC, DPH, and Pura to provide water customers with a high level of service. I provided several examples of that collaboration in my written testimony, such as developing the state's water plan, the WICA program, and efforts to mitigate drought conditions. Despite these beneficial outcomes that have been achieved through collaboration, this bill will discourage future negotiations to resolve issues in Pura dockets and takes authority away from the AG, DEEP, and OCC. Finally, this bill threatens the health of the utility by preventing it from recovering costs of operating the utility. For example, prohibiting recovery in rates of broad categories of state-ordered costs, such as the cost of complying with Pura mandated orders and the cost of issuing state-mandated notices to customers. A healthy and sound utility which possesses the capabilities and expertise to deliver a quality product and reliable customer service is good for the state and its residents. We're proud of the work that Aquarian employees do every day, but our work is becoming increasingly complex as challenges of emerging contaminants, lack of available water supply, and new water quality regulations come our way. Unfortunately, this bill does nothing to address the challenges that lie ahead for our industry and the residents of our state. For all of these reasons, Aquarian opposes SB 966. I look forward to discussing the bill further with you, and thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Morrissey. So you guys just, you guys are like in a rate case right now before Pura?
We are.
How's that going?
Well, we'll have a draft decision in 2 days, so.
I'm just wondering.
Yeah. Well, I will say.
I did know that. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, on that note, I mean, it is a very extensive process. We fielded more than 1,000 interrogatories. And I think this is a point that was brought forth by others earlier. The process that exists today is very fulsome. We live in, I've often said that we live in a fishbowl. and we provide information, we're transparent. And ultimately, you had indicated earlier about, you know, the pyramid and who's on top of the pyramid. I like to think of the way we operate. Our utility is more of a circle, and you know, there's three constituents to that we're focusing on, and it's the customer, it's employees, and yes, we do need to be mindful of the shareholder, and there's an internal pull and tug with that. But first and foremost, we need to deliver good customer service, and we're proud of what we do.
Well, I appreciate that, and I would hope that that's the case. I haven't heard any complaints. When did Eversource buy Aquarian?
About 5 years ago, in December 2017.
Is this your first rate case since you've been part of Aquarian? I mean, since you've been part of Eversource?
It is.
Did you run Aquarian? Okay, I'm just asking. Did you run Aquarian before?
Yes, I've been with Aquarian for 28 years.
Okay.
So I've seen various owners of Aquarian during that 28 years, and most recently, you know, the Eversource transaction that occurred 5 years ago.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. I hear, unfortunately, we're in this world where we're regulating or talking about a regulatory framework for all the utilities. We want to get it right. All investor-owned utilities, and I'm sure we're going to have a lot of conversations around this and really working on getting it right. As I said, I know, you know, Craig testified before, I know how difficult it is. And in some measure, water is different than electricity, which is different than gas. And this new universe of having, you know, one parent company owning multiple types of businesses is slightly different than it had been, although I guess years ago there was like Hartford Gas and Electric, but it was a very different kind of a model. So with that,
Thank you. Can't help but comment on the discrepancy between the testimony of Betsy Guerra and the water companies that she represents and your testimony, which strikes me as far more negative. Again, this legislation is serious, well-intentioned. It certainly probably doesn't represent the final shape of the bill, and therefore we are eager to solicit constructive input. So I'm going to give you a chance to perhaps accomplish that. You said, for example, that this legislation as written would freeze the prospect of negotiation. Could you explain a little further why that's the case and what would result instead?
Well, and I think you're referring to the settlement process or the reopeners that are addressed within the bill. I view both of those as tools, right? And I think what the bill is doing as it's currently proposed is it based upon the words on the page, it is inhibiting that process. And I think there's a lot of value that can be created by working with knowledgeable other stakeholders in the process, including the Attorney General, including OCC. And any decision that's rendered, of course, whatever settlement is achieved will ultimately go before Pura for them to be the final decision maker concerning that. But I think there is value to keeping those tools alive. And as I mentioned, certainly in terms of the water industry, I think it's worked very, very well historically. Now, in terms of how my testimony here today, my oral testimony reconciles with Betsy Guerra from CWWA, Aquarian is a very active member with CWWA. And I think we are, in first and foremost, I want to be clear, we're willing and we're very interested in engaging in the conversation with legislators, and we always have been. But I think in terms of, in terms of framing what exists today and where this bill may be going, I think there's certain items that are troublesome. We heard some of those earlier in terms of extending the period of time that Pura has to evaluate it. Again, just 2 years ago, for evaluating, that process took about 150 days. That's what the law was, and that was extended to 200 days. Now we're here today in this bill, we want to extend it to 365 days. Now, why is that problematic for the water industry? Again, we are the most capital intensive of the utilities. Introducing that additional length, I think it was touched upon by Mr. Avery earlier, it's very detrimental because of the regulatory lag. That capital investment that's required, what a water utility needs is the cash flow to fund that capital spend. And by adding that additional that time, it becomes problematic.
Okay, well, I do appreciate the fact that you are eager and willing to be part of the process by which we try to get this right. I'm still not clear 100% as to why these changes would preclude your using the tools and having the interactions with the other agencies would be. It changes the nature of how those tools might be used, but I would submit that they're still available to you and that they are critical elements to effective negotiation and compromise. So on that note, I want to thank you for your testimony and look forward to the ongoing conversation.
Thank you.
Yes.
Representative Foster.
Oh.
Don?
You want to answer another one or be done? It's up to you.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I'm very sorry. Yes.
So I have a couple questions, and as I ask these questions, I want you to bear in mind that I think public water expansion is the biggest solution to my community's most existential public health threat right now, because we have a great number of contaminated private wells that have no chance of remediation. And so I want you to be able to make the infrastructure investments that you are talking about this negatively impacting. Something that I am coming to understand differentiates the water companies from the electric utility companies is that you can leverage 10% increases between rate cases, and that you're not subject to the same 4-year rate case requirements that the utilities are sort of subject to, pending that there's not something that keeps them from doing that. And so given that, do you feel like the longer amount of time is prudent, since that there's so infrequent amount of time that you are there before Pura under these sort of circumstances? I'm sort of just curious. I mean, you have a lot more opportunities to sort of recoup and build a capital investment. And in the way that we fund water expansions, when you pick up a community, for example, Connecticut Water recently expanded in one of my communities that had a shared community well with no potable water. And that expansion project is in large part, most of, if not all of the capital, is being paid for by a combination of federal, state, and municipal money. And so when those kinds of, and I am incredibly grateful to the partnership of Connecticut Water for the expansion to bring safe drinking water to that community. But since a lot of those investments are very frequently made with external sources, I guess I'd like to understand just a little bit more your concerns as it relates to how this will allow you to build capital.
Sure. Well, let me begin with the beginning part of your question, which had to do with the current WICA program, which is capped at a 10% level. And I think first and foremost, I think it's important to understand what that does and what that does not do. That applies to underground infrastructure. And 99% of it, when we talk about that, we're talking about main replacements. Now, in terms of context, for Aquarion, that represents about 1/3 of what our capital investment is on an annual basis. So last year in 2022, we invested $155 million. And 97% of that was here in the state of Connecticut in terms of that capital investment. If we take a look at what our investment was in water mains that was WICA eligible, that represented about $50 million. So again, in terms of the relief that WICA does, it is a very, very helpful program, but it will not completely mitigate the need for rate cases. Secondly, I think you mentioned something about the 4-year program in terms of coming in every 4 years before Pura. On behalf of Aquarian, I don't see that as problematic at all. It has been 10 years since we were last in for a rate case. So our last, we were in with a 2012 test year. Rates were adjudicated in the spring of 2013. So that'll be more than 10 years by the time that these new rates go into effect. Now, there's several reasons why it has been so long since we've been in for a case. First and foremost, it was the Tax Reform Act of 2017 that it reduced the burden on corporations significantly, and most utilities were able to ride that additional benefit to stay out. Effectively, they were funding their capital programs on the back of that. Two other significant factors. One is inflation was tremendously low during that period of time. And third was the cost of capital, and specifically the cost of the debt during that period of time. It dropped significantly. So as a result, the cost structure of the utility was reduced substantially. And where was that? Where did that money go? The money went to, in the case of Aquarion, addressing some of the fundamental capital needs that we have in the industry. And we heard about some of those earlier today in terms of aging infrastructure. For Aquarion, we have 3,500 miles of mains, water mains across the state. We're in 7 of the 8 counties, 59 various cities and towns across the state. So in order for us to address that infrastructure, we need to replace about 35 miles of pipe, and that represents about $50 million. On top of that, we've got new regulations in terms of addressing PFAS. We need to address new regulations and so on. So as a result, that is what comprises the capital program for a water utility, and to close the loop on my earlier statement in terms of coming before Pura. I think what you're going to see across the board in terms of water utilities across the state and across the nation, the economic regulators will be seeing utilities more often. I think what we saw over the course of the past decade, it was an anomaly. And going forward, I can envision a 3-year cadence. So to the extent of being in every 4 years, I don't see that being problematic in any way. And to the extent that the economic regulator or anyone else wants to come in and take a look at our books or see how we're operating, take a look at the KPIs that we use to manage the business, I would be happy to take them through that.
I thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you. And Representative Meskers.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank you for your testimony. Again, my relationship with Eversource and Aquarion has been extraordinary. I think Aquarion has done a tremendous job. But as I do more and more research about water companies across the United States, I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with the model. And it's not an economic model. It's a different conversation than Eversource in terms of constituents versus shareholders versus ratepayers. My concern is basically that the infrastructure based on federal regulations, and I guess at some level the state regulations, the infrastructure is god-awful old. So we have mains that are 50, 70, 80, 100 years old. And we do get failures that are described as, and you're on a reporting schedule that doesn't qualify them as being negligent. In other words, you're following the regulatory requirements. There's no accusation. What I'm concerned about is the regulatory requirements in which your water mains are reviewed. And you and the industry as a whole in the United States are just pretty marginal, would be the best word I'd use. So I'd love your comment about what you think. I've heard about the 35 miles you need to replace with mains. What's the average life of those? What's the acceptable failure level that's going on? And it's not an attack on Aquarion, it's more, I'm using you as a sounding board. What's the level of failure rate that's going on in the industry? And do you think, as a resident, I'm assuming you're a resident of the state, do you think that's an acceptable level? Because, that may mean higher rates, and I'm not trying to scare my constituents. I'm trying to understand the infrastructure if we have the quality we need.
Well, I think the fundamental area that you're trying to address here is in terms of the reliability of our network, and specifically in terms of the quantity of main breaks and the degree of disruption that we're encountering in the space. And I will say this is a metric that the industry monitors closely, and I'm happy to say that it's something that we measure, and we continue to be well above or fewer main breaks than the average across the industry. So that's what we're measuring. Now, you had highlighted the average age, or what is the replacement rate that we have for our infrastructure right now. And I will say for Aquarion, we're actually slightly below 1% a year, which means that we expect that our average mains will last more than 100 years. Now, the industry norm is that 1% replacement rate. I believe that is the correct number. That's what we're targeting. We're not quite there yet, but we have significantly ramped up the level of investment since Eversource's ownership, and we're getting close to that replacement rate.
So just as a follow-up question, and it's not an attack, with a 100-year replacement rate, then we're building into the system, and we have to be building into it an acceptable rate of failure versus if you will, an overspending of capital. So they won't be negligent. They will literally be parts of the system fail because we're not on a 75 or 80 or 65-year replacement rate. Some of the stuff will age out because, the metal fatigue.
Yeah. Well, first and foremost, in terms of why there are main breaks, there's more than just age of the infrastructure. There's a variety of factors that contribute in terms of what the useful life of a main is. If it's closer to the shoreline, or if there's infiltration by water with highly acidic, the lives will be shorter. But I think what's critical, and something that we're very, very mindful of, is when a disruption occurs, and it is, from a practical standpoint, they will happen. Water mains will fail. There will be breaks. And what's critical from a utility perspective is, how do we basically, swarm that break and ensure that the impact of that disruption is as small as possible. And that's something that we're focusing on significantly right now. And the way to do that is to make sure that you're appropriately staffed where you need those staff, and to make sure that you've got a valve maintenance program where that when a disruption or a break occurs, that you can isolate where that break happens, so that you're impacting the fewest number of people as possible.
Okay. And have you seen any, and sorry for my last question, we're all abuzz on energy about climate change, et cetera, about carbon footprint. I'm supportive of our carbon, so I don't want to be taken as being a naysayer on that. But the tropical storms and the weather patterns, have they had a material impact? I mean, most of your stuff is 6 to 12 feet underground, but have you seen stresses based on any of the recent events we're having on the climate front, or are they irrelevant to your analysis?
In terms of the physical infrastructure, the climate change is going to have little impact in terms of any kind of water intrusion in the event that a significant storm were to come our way. I think we're adequately, far enough away from harm's way. Will there be power disruptions to our facilities? Certainly there will be. We've got backup supply that can help address that issue. I see climate change and change in the weather patterns where that's impacting water utilities most significantly is the impact on droughts. We saw that in 2016, where there was a very, very significant drought across Connecticut, and it impacted us greatly, and specifically right in your neck of the woods, Representative Messer, actually build a temporary pipeline along the Merritt Parkway to move water from our Eastern Division, our main system down into Greenwich, and it was highly successful, but it was costly. And how do we go about avoiding that going forward? Well, we've done a number of things, including demand management in terms of trying to change the behaviors of our customers, and we've had a lot of success. And this was something that was brought out in the recent rate case in terms of some of the conservation efforts, the amount of cost that does entail on an annual basis, and the benefits for that. And I think, you know, from our perspective, the benefits of that far outweigh the costs that we've invested in those conservation programs.
So economically, the difference we're looking at is the question of conservation versus increased storage if we have extremes of weather and you're running into drought situations, right? Then you're going to have to balance what we can save with conservation measures or what capital outlay will be for further storage. I guess those are the principles there, right?
Yeah, and well, for the water utility, what storage represents, it's either, you know, aquifers underground, or it represents surface water supplies. Someone alluded to a little bit earlier today, the impact of certain regulations and the availability of supply. We're blessed being where we're physically located here in Connecticut that we get in excess of 50 inches of rain a year. But the reality is as part of the state water plan, there's new stream flow regulations that are going to be going into effect over the course of the next decade, through the end of this decade, that are going to have a significant impact on those of us in the industry. So where the water is physically located today and where those demands are today, and where they're going to be tomorrow, we've got to consider that. And as a result, this too is having an impact on where we're investing in infrastructure in terms of the ability to move water from one part of the state to another part of the state. And we're doing that either through pipelines, building pump stations, and so on, to help accommodate that, to be sure that we are delivering a reliable product 24/7, 365.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. Thank you to the chairs for indulging me.
Thank you, Representative. Nancy Bowden, who came back us online.
Yep, I hadn't gone anywhere. I just wasn't visible as a panelist, and I have been listening since 12:30. And on that note, I want to thank you for this most informative public hearing. It's been really tremendous. My name is Nancy Bowden. I'm a Bloomfield resident, and I'm a member of a number of climate and environmental justice groups, including 350 Connecticut, the Connecticut Climate Crisis Mobilization Alliance, the Nonprofit Accountability Group, and Bloomfield's Conservation, Energy, and Environment Committee. All of these groups have informed my perspectives, but today I am submitting testimony as a private citizen. And I'm pleased to support Senate Bill 966 and Senate Bill 7 based on their stated purposes. I'm sure, and I've heard, that there is already a lot of wrangling and lobbying about many of the specific provisions, but I applaud the overall drive to greater regulatory power for Pura, stricter constraints on the nature and size of costs that can be passed on to the captive ratepayers, and particularly the new sections that provide access to the public for proceedings that have significant impact on their health, safety, and financial security. Today, it seems we've arrived at a place where our public utilities are managed as if their customers are the enemy. Consequently, the public has a lack of trust about the way critical utilities are managed and delivered. More importantly, the processes of procurement and of rate setting are obscured behind layers of complication and third-party negotiations, with those in power frequently claiming that they are helpless to reduce costs or improve the grid or move toward greater use of renewable sources. It's all part of a system we have allowed to fester following deregulation in the 1990s, and it's time to rein in the abuses and return power to the public. While there's always been a certain level of involvement by organizations that operate in proximity to the energy industry, much more is needed to be sure all perspectives are heard and accounted for. Section 19 of Senate Bill 966 provides a massive step forward, not only by outlining the steps that Pura will take to confer intervener status on stakeholder groups, but also to require the public utilities to fund reasonable costs of those groups as they strive to present important recommendations, questions, and critiques. And I want to emphasize the importance of providing compensation for small group stakeholders, particularly for organizations from environmental justice communities. This is critical and groundbreaking and also long past due. The proceedings of Pura are highly technical and can be drawn out over time, creating hardships for those who strive to represent ratepayer interests. The right to receive tech training, that is a particular gem in the bill, and to be compensated for expenses related to preparing for and attending sessions will both increase participation and enhance the quality of input. Rather than enabling the public utilities to engage high-priced lobbyists to defend their actions, we need to require that they hold themselves accountable to the residents they serve, particularly those most harmed by past bad press and runaway costs. So I urge you to move Senate Bill 966 / Senate Bill 7 forward this session. And I'd also like to thank the chair of Pura, Marissa Gillette, for doing her best work on behalf of the ratepayers of Connecticut. It has required her to gum the utilities to death, and I hope this legislation will give her some teeth. And thank you to the committee and to all the sponsoring senators for working so hard to clarify which expenses accrue to the benefit of the ratepayers and which belong to the shareholders, and also giving a bigger voice to the ratepayer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nancy. I appreciate it. And does anybody have any questions? No? Next up is John Ellinghauser from AARP. Hi, John.
Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, members of the committee, Ranking Member Fazio. I'll tell you honestly, I've never had so much fun waiting this long to testify in a public hearing and all my years, especially in energy. But I do want to say I'm here on behalf of the AARP. I'm the Senior Director of Advocacy and Community Outreach. AARP has over 600,000 members in the state of Connecticut, nearly 40 million in the nation. And we're here in strong support of Senate Bill 966 and Senate Bill 7. I want to thank the committee for bringing this bill forward. I think it's very important work, and it's a great enhancement to the Take Back Our Grid Act, Senator Needleman, and we're glad that you're bringing it forward. I also want to commend Chairman Gillette as well for all the great work she does, and I think this bill will give her even more tools to be able to do the work that needs to be done at Pura. We submitted written comments. I will not read those comments. I will just say that, reiterate that the sections we commented on, we supported, and where we remain silent, we take no position on those sections and have no policy pertaining to them. I do want to just use my time to comment on, that's the benefit of going last or next to last, is getting to hear everything and just comment on some of the things that I'm taken aback by that were said today by others who testified. Only in this building from some, various interests do you hear things like, we should do nothing this year because we did something 2 years ago, and if it's a good idea, we shouldn't do it. That kind of baffles my mind. If it's a good idea, and this bill is full of good ideas, we should do them, and they'll benefit ratepayers. And I think that's the intent, and that's what ratepayers are demanding. So I commend the committee for taking that approach. Additionally, it's been said, and it's true that, about 70% of the bill today is supply, and a majority of this bill doesn't necessarily deal with supply. But as you said, Senator Needleman, last year it was the exact opposite. And, we at AARP have been, we go out and educate the public about how to manage supply and navigate the rate board. And one of the things we always heard at these presentations across the state is that, why is it that the delivery is so much higher than supply. And so, there are definitely areas that need to be addressed in that bill, just because through a whole host of reasons, supply has skyrocketed, war in Ukraine, the pandemic, market forces, doesn't mean that we shouldn't fix and address the areas that we can address and give our regulators the tools that they need to be able to rein in the costs that are there. And, so I actually think, Representative Foster, you said that, and I think that's important. Our constituents are looking to us to fix what we can fix, and do the things like you're doing in this bill, particularly in section 20, where you're going to study procurement. Procurement was changed about 12 years ago, and it was to the benefit of ratepayers, the changes that were made for the last 12 years. Times have changed. It's worth taking a look at it and seeing what we could fix that might give ratepayers a better shake. So I just want to say again that, we think this is a great starting point, a great bill. We support the overwhelming majority of things that are in there. And then there's some areas we just have no policy. So we're not really going to comment on them, but we do appreciate the fact that you're doing it. And we're happy to be able to work with you, and I'll do my best to try to answer any questions that you may have. And it's a pleasure to be able to say that we strongly support a bill from this committee, and this is one where we do.
Thank you, John. And yes, this is a very special place. So, Rep. Steinberg.
Thank you. It's good to see you, John.
Thank you.
One of the reasons that many people have repeated as to why it's so important that we get together in person for hearings is to see people. And I was so glad to see your entourage with us, but they all left. What happened to your posse?
The posse, you remember, we're back to the posse days. My volunteers actually wanted to be here, and they stayed here for over 4 hours because this is so important to them. So, but many of them had to leave, and but it amazed me. The comments that they were making outside was, as they were leaving, it was how important this legislation was, how appreciative they were of the debate and the discussion on it. And particularly the comments of Chairman Gillette and what she's trying to accomplish with your help over at Pura. So they get it. I think folks get this, and it's complicated, but really when you drill it down to its simple parts, it's not all that complicated. So we commend you all for the work that you're doing on this, and they understand it, and they're out there doing hard work. Many of the folks that were here are those that actually do presentations about energy, how to get energy assistance, how to navigate energizect.com to potentially lower your rates. And I do, on that note, want to comment. People can get a deal today, and that wasn't always the case. In fact, there was just a report that was submitted to Pura on one of their investigations that said overwhelmingly in the last, I think 5 years, ratepayers who were in the third party market were paying more than those on standard service. And I only bring that up not to trash suppliers, which I often do, but to point out that it's not the time to then make changes in all the protections we built into the market that are allowing folks today to get a fair shake at some of those lower rates that are out there, 10, 13 cents a kilowatt hour, as opposed to 22 in UI and 24 in Eversource. So and that's all because of the great work of this committee too, by the way. So we appreciate that.
Well, thank you for bringing that up. We often lose sight of the fact that as dire as circumstances may seem for many ratepayers right now, it could have been a lot worse.
Sure.
And we will continue to work on that basis. And thank you for your work, and sorry your people couldn't stay with you. I guess we all need to get back into fighting shape for longer hearings. So
we've forgotten how to do a lot of this in-person stuff. So we're getting back up to speed. So we appreciate it though.
Well, I'm sure we'll see you next time when you're testifying about the ratepayer issues that are still before us.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anyone else? Representative Meskos.
The man on the screen.
Yes, first I want to apologize for not being there in person. I have been diagnosed with COVID. I'm taking Pavloxic or whatever the antiviral is. I want to thank you for your advocacy, John. You have been steadfast in your support for the consumers through AARP. I can't think of a better ally we've had in trying to get things right. As a side note, on some of the testimony I heard in relation to helping to sponsor testimony, I do want to work through and look at parts of that bill to make sure that we are productive and constructive, and if we're helping to sponsor testimony from people who need resources, because I don't want it to become just a free-for-all for people who are looking to testify for the sake of testifying.
I think it's an important section. We strongly support the section that will provide for nonprofit groups to be able to intervene in proceedings before Pura. I think it's important to be able to hear from the voices that we don't always hear from before the regulatory body. Again, I want to say our Claire Coleman, our consumer counsel, is outstanding. We work very closely with her. I think she does a great job representing ratepayers. But as even she acknowledged, there are other organizations that advocate on behalf of people in the state of Connecticut that could be well served by that provision of the bill, and then overall ratepayers would be better served. So I think it's important to make sure you do it properly, but I think it's an important provision, and we fully support that.
Okay, and I'll just look for your guidance and help in trying to figure out whether or not it needs, fine tuning in terms of how you qualify it and get to the table, right?
Absolutely.
Thank you. No further. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you again so much, Sean, for staying. And one of the folks that was here was one of my constituents, so it's a long drive down to the shoreline.
He speaks very highly of you, Senator. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Last up is David Pomerantz from the Energy and Policy Institute.
Thank you so much, Chair Needleman, Chair Steinberg, and all the members of the committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is David Pomerantz. I'm the Executive Director of the Energy and Policy Institute. We are a national utility watchdog organization, and I want to testify in support of the reforms in Section 2 and Section 3 of SB 966, which I have to say would make Connecticut a national leader in utility accountability. And I'll also offer one suggestion to further strengthen those reforms. So Section 2 would bar utilities from charging customers for their advocacy in contested proceedings before Pura. I noticed some senators and representatives have asked about specific figures for that particular data today. And I'd certainly defer to Chair Gillette and the Pura if they're able to find concrete data for those questions from past rate cases. But there are some clues to the kind of money we're talking about from utilities' annual filings to federal regulators as to those potential savings. So since 2016, Connecticut Light and Power spent $19 million just in 2021 alone, and $95 million from 2016 to 21 on what it reported as regulatory commission expenses to FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. United Illuminating spent $3 million in 2021 and a total of $15 million during the same 6-year period. And again, that's according to their submissions on these Form 1s that they make to FERC. So not all of that money would specifically be related to contested proceedings, but the overall magnitude of those amounts in the tens of millions of dollars over the course of a few years indicates this scale of potential savings to customers presented by the bill. So requiring utilities to pay those costs from their own profits would level the playing field for outgunned regulatory staff and consumer advocates. And beyond those direct savings would result in fairer proceedings and lower rates over time. The same is true for the reforms in Section 3, which bar utilities from charging customers for a variety of political categories. I'll just speak very briefly about trade associations. I know I'm last and you've heard a lot about this today. But this is an area where EPI has done a lot of research. Utility trade associations are often deeply political entities. In recent years, the Edison Electric Institute, which is the trade group for electric utilities, ran a training camp to teach lobbyists from utilities how to run winning political campaigns for their agendas. The American Gas Association has coordinated nationwide attacks on building electrification. I believe earlier, one of the folks from Eversource insisted that the utility does not currently recover the costs of lobbying, but it does recover that type of deeply inherently political advocacy from its trade associations. We've documented that. The one suggestion I would make in terms of how the bill could further protect customers would be by adding some basic transparency reforms. Currently, a lack of disclosure makes it very difficult for regulators or the public to know whether utilities are following cost recovery rules, even when the rules are very strong. Interveners can only pry open utilities books using an expensive and discovery process that's only as frequent as rate cases, which, as a few folks have mentioned today, there can be a few years between those. And candidly, utilities do not always provide complete answers to discovery questions when they don't like the question. So one way that these reforms could be even stronger would be to require utilities to submit an annual report to the Pura with an itemized list of their political expenses, as well as their expenses generally with outside vendors. And we've detailed in written testimony some of those disclosures that could be required in such a report that could really increase public transparency about utility spending, and particularly their spending on politics. So I will stop there. I know it's been a long day. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify. And of course, if there are questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you, David. And that sounds actually like a really interesting enhancement to this, because there's a lot of conversation. I am still not sure about the accuracy of the statement about the parts of the funding that go to Pura OCC and part of DEEP being recoverable. There seems to be some confusion about that, and I want to get to the bottom of it for sure. So your suggestion is actually quite helpful, and it could find its way into our bill. Anybody else got anything? On that note, thank you all for being the hardcore energy people that you are, wanting to be here till the bitter end. Happy Valentine's Day, and you have any?
We need Bucky to end with a pun.
We need a pun or a joke. Where's Bill? Anyway, thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you.
It was an electrifying